now where they were relative to 2016. Look at the daily percent moves that you're seeing in these markets. This is not a, hey, I've never traded before and I want to just get started and look at this. This is easy. No, these markets are tricky and treacherous, and they are subjected now more than ever to brutal devaluations overnight with a snap of a finger. And I think that what's interesting is that when I see a market that rises up on a stellar breakout and the momentum of the histograms weakening and the momentum of the volume is weakening, I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of something like that. So I definitely wanted to just say, hey, in today's environment, that's why possibly I stick to stuff that is in the beginning phases of a rally. JetBlue, I think, is there. The volume action looks wholesome. If we take a look and compare ratio of volume or compare an analysis of volume of our stuff, and I'll just put this right back, you can say, gee, John, you were looking at a huge reset of volume coming back into JetBlue. I mean, JetBlue up here was weakening. We trailed our stop. Okay, they clipped me. It went a little bit lower. I mean, what if you had your stop here, there? Either way, we can get back in. And so that's the key. The bad news is if you don't get back in, right? So I think in this case, knowing that today is the last day of the quarter, and it looks like there was maybe a small profit taking in the market, and that's why we had a little reset. But I wanted to point out to you, why is HGSI, and we have the same type of scan in TradeStation created as well, so don't fret. I'm looking for daily buys when weekly's in a buy mode. So if the weekly has been in a buy mode and you get, as I was saying, what's the difference between buying a dip buying the dip here versus buying the market there? What's the difference? The difference is the weekly is still in a buy mode, and that it did sell off. It didn't do a Discovery. It didn't do a Fox. It didn't do a Viacom move. What it did was it pulled back. We trailed our stops efficiently. Why do we tighten our stops? We tighten our stops when the market conditions are weakening. And then if we see reasonable expectations and reasonable risk reward outlooks, we get back into the trade. And that's just why I sent the email on JetBlue, American Airlines. I mean, they all look very, very similar in nature as far as indicators. American, my volume indicator didn't quite pick up quite yet, but it's in a weekly buy still. It has good momentum, and the sector looks a little bit better and a little bit brighter than most of the others. And I think United, if I wanted to compare an apple to an apple, I'm not a big fan of the of United Airlines dynamics of its indicators and the way it looks right now. So I just wanted to explain yesterday's email, Nordstrom's JWN. And yes, it was a wimpy trade. The weekly's in a buy, the monthly's in a buy. And yesterday we were forming a daily buy, but I wanted to, just in case we chop around for another week or two, I wanted to scale in and give it time. What's time? I bought some the day before the quarter ended. I bought some, and I'll probably buy some after the first week. So coming in after the holidays, keep those orders working unless something changes dramatically. I still like what we put out in yesterday's email alert. Okay. So if you don't get the email alerts, it's because, and I'm not going to yell at you personally, but I'm going to tell you it's because somebody somehow, if you don't get our emails, it's because you personally, not me, not Mary, you personally somehow unsubscribed from our list. It's all done by an automatic service. I can't add you. That's illegal. You have to go add yourself. Not my problem. If you unsubscribed accidentally, I hate to be brutally blunt, then I don't know what to tell you. You unsubscribed. We don't send a lot of spam crap out. If you're into email alerts, that's what I do. If you don't get them, figure it out. I can't help you. You unsubscribed. Go look in your spam folder. It's something to do with The spam police, it's something to do with Yahoo, AOL. I can't figure it out. We're not going to, because why? We'll try to help you, but it ain't our problem. Bottom line. So we've had a couple people say, hey, I haven't gotten your thing. And it's like, well, you unsubscribed. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. It's a record right here. Oh, yeah, maybe I did. I was unsubscribing to a lot of stuff. So it causes us to do a lot of work to try to help others out that bogs us down. Bottom line, if you don't get the emails, you gotta, that's it. If you unsubscribe from something and you forgot or something happened, it's going to be a problem because you're not going to get the emails. So I just wanted to go through and give that little disclosure about what happens. Anyway, let's see. Jaren's typing something and I'll have to read it later. Yeah, just check the box. There it is, Brandon. I mean, it's a constant. I don't know, whoever it is. It's not my thing. Listen, I can only keeping up with markets and keeping up with trades and keeping things safe. There's only so much one can do, right? So either I become more of a salesperson and guarantee profits and not learn to better articulate, or I just do what I do, and I'm just doing what I do. So take me as it is. If I stop performing, then it's not worth putting up with my personality. I get that, but the bluntness is really fast forward. I think the market is ready to move higher. My work still shows good support. I've got nothing else to say about it. The advanced decline is still wholesome. The moving average is still clinging to life on the Qs. I think you're just sideways. I talked about it yesterday. The Dow Jones Industrial Average broke out. It should support another new high. What could be weighted onto that? Microsoft, possibly new highs coming for Boeing, things like that, little things like that, I guess. As we get into April, and as we get into after the first week of April, biotech does not look wholesome, but we had another doji in the IBB yesterday. Doesn't demonstrate a lot of support, or it doesn't demonstrate that bears are very convinced they should be selling more, right? I mean, when you get a doji, it shows a lot of indecision. It's not a buy signal in itself, but it shows after a trend, if there's no conviction by the people that are following that downtrend. And then the weekly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've been 2 months from a peak to a trough, and people just don't feel compelled to sell anymore. It shows up in the form of a doji. Now, what we want to see is maybe the market needs another week of chop. Maybe a week means today, tomorrow is 2 days. That's the end of the week. Okay, so let me just put things in perspective. If we're looking at a weekly chart, this bar concludes tomorrow's close. So that would be 1 week. Then the next week, we could see a dip Monday, which would be the low for the week. And then by Tuesday, recover and then see a key reversal to the upside. And that would be 2 weeks on a weekly chart. In essence, you're talking 4 trading days. So I think between the next 7 trading days, which would take us into next Friday, we should see, by a timing element, a recovery out of the biotech. So we're still focused on biotech and looking for scans. They didn't really show up too well in yesterday's price action. Let's take a look. You're not going to get in a scan a weekly buy when the entire IBB sector is down, right? Not much is going to happen in biotech with that combination. And as you can see, there were no biotechs. All right, so what about just daily buy signals? By the way, before I move on, I like to buy a continuation pattern. If the weekly's in a buy and you had a 4 or 5 day setback, look for a daily buy signal when the weekly's in a buy mode. You're going with higher time frame, lower time frame. And we had that discussion a week ago. So I find myself day in and day out, almost like a Groundhog Day, a record. I just reaffirm exactly what we say. Start left, work right. Higher time frame buys, look for setback, then go with the shorter term to go with the dominant trend. Interestingly enough, Ford, General Motors, all are still in a weekly buy. They just paused. So if you're long call options, obviously you have a theta decay. This is General Motors, And if you look at the pattern, it peaked out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then that's 9 days. So 8-day pullback. But let's take a look. That's a daily chart. Here's the weekly. So all it did was it's still in a weekly buy. It just had an 8-day pullback. And now the short-term trend is going with the dominant trend. Same thing can be said with fix or repair daily. Here's the dominant trend. Weekly is still positive. Volume looks great. I mean, it's ridiculous. It means that people, when the market sold off, nobody was selling on a weekly basis. On a daily basis, that might be a different story. People may have gotten stopped out. Maybe they bought here, chased it, got stopped out. Now the market's going to move without them. The relative strength disimproved on that high, which meant tighten your stops to take a profit if you want. And then now, if you say, what is the condition on the sell-off? Nobody sold the market on Ford. I mean, look at the volume trend. It's brutal. If you were a bear, you're like, man, you're at risk right now if you're bearish and you went short Ford. Because on the sell-off, no one joined the selling party. Longs didn't really liquidate. In fact, if anything, they may have added to the trades. So Ford would be in play today and for the end of the quarter, which is today, by the way. So it's kind of interesting to notice we've got a lot of banks. And if you look at these banks, they're not just any bank. KeyCorp Regional, Huntington Regional, Fulton Regional, First Horizon Regional, Fifth Third Regional. Regional's got walloped a little bit over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, and put on a little pressure on the IWM. Anyway, banks, it just looked like we had a short-term buy signal when the weekly is back in a buy. Let's see. I think this is a very healthy amount of buy signals. I don't know about you, but that's my job to bring this to your attention. Carpenter Technology, if you want to talk about treachery and trickiness and volatility, just look at the steel sector. U.S. Steel, I'm sorry, Bonnie, we had a volatile play in the market that the short term looked bad. It went down. I said, get out of half, put your stop. If it's at break even, I hope it wasn't 1861 because that was the low. And then now it's right back jammed up to newer highs in U.S. Steel. But all of the steel producers, and I think it's got a lot to do with today, by the way, President Biden's going to give his little speech, which is, I think, already out in the public. He's going to spend another couple $2 billion on roads and electric and this and that and everything else. And it's all good. And that is great.
Voice alerts on.
What we want to hear is, how's it getting financed? If it's getting financed by raising corporate tax rates, that might put a little bit of pressure down the road as it starts to move serious as far as becoming a reality. So what I'm trying to tell you is talk is cheap. It's sort of, it does make people nervous. Higher tax rates and more regulation is not good for our industry. If you're a bull in the market, it's good for some things, but it ain't good for overall environment. What my point is, and just hear me out. Talk is cheap. Rah, 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 cheerleaders, blah, blah, blah. And we can raise taxes and it's not going to hurt. We're going to see and we're going to push for this. What is it going to take? 3 months, 6 months, 9 months? Will it happen at all? Is the Democratic Party doing as much as they can? And this is as a cynical trader, not a politician. I'm not sounding like Rush Limbaugh. I don't want to be accused of that. I'm a trader. But it seems to me there's this little thing called a midterm election. And if you work your ass off right now and get people to like the Democratic Party, and how do you like a Democratic Party? Pay me. Somehow improve jobs, show that there's a better job, show that you can do things better, show that people can make money, give out more stimulus, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? You're lining up for a sweep or improvement in control of who runs the government, right? So that's the long-term plan. Now, what does that mean? It means that until that happens, taxes probably aren't going to change, but after the midterm election, that's when the third year of the president year, that's when we could see things go south. So my humble opinion, friends, this is a theory, and I think it's a very strong theory because some very important people that I know all feel the same way. And I don't mean important people, I mean in the know people that are phenomenally wealthy. And this is their thoughts. Stay long. This is the plan. And while the money's getting pumped into the economy and things are going great, stick with the long side. But in the next maybe 6 to 9 months, things may change as it gets more closer to a reality. I want everyone to think about that because this is the end of the quarter. And you know, how fast did this quarter go? It went pretty quick. How fast will 2 more quarters go? You better start Christmas shopping because it's coming right now. So I just wanted to point out to you that I think we got a good environment for the next maybe 12 to 18 months, which is coincidentally my outlook for why I think some of the retail stores, like why I went with Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's not in this list. Abercrombie and Fitch, American Eagle, Burlington, Gap, L Brands. A lot of apparel stores showed up. Well, JWN is not an apparel store. What Nordstrom's is a department store, which sells a lot of that. They sell Abercrombie. They sell American Eagle. And if you take a look on a daily chart, you know, Nordstrom's hasn't really gone anywhere. And that's why I went with a small position. But on the weekly, it's had a nice run. And I think longer term, this is a chart that has a lot of potential upside. And I mean a lot of potential upside. So the volume on the monthly chart is way, way, way strong. And today's the end of the month. So I wanted to go with a small position and play against these like lows in here. And I think that's kind of an important thing, just to explain to you what I think is the big picture. So a lot of times we get into this day trade thing and, swing trade thing, and we lose sight of the big picture. And the big picture is where the big money is. It's not in day trading. Did I forget to mention that day trading is not where the big money is? It's good money if you have skills, but it's not where the big money is. The big money's in the trend and the condition of the trend. I don't know what Jaron was typing about. I didn't take the time to read it yet. I skimmed over it. Something about GameStop on balance volume. Big volume there. I think it's not this type of move with GameStop. Can it continue higher? It's a risky trade, bottom line, at the very least. But you know what it is?
2021.
It's also a trade that I don't think this is Robinhood traders. Okay, I think blood was felt in the world, and when someone said, "Oh, Melvin Capital is short,"
April 16,
like, okay,
2021.
it's like poker. If you know your opponent's hand, and you know that the guy's only got a pair
puts. April
threes,
1st,
and you're
2021.
holding triple jacks,
209
I mean,
AA 35 calls.
You're going to press your bet,
April
right?
16th,
if you saw your opponent's cards,
2021.
you're going to press your bet and go all in against this guy, right? And you're going to try and dump them and dupe them into
May 21st,
keeping to
2021.
add into the pot, right? And that's what this
1,500
trade's
contracts.
about, in my humble opinion.
BIDU.
I think other funds jumped in on
puts.
this type of volume.
April 1st, 2021.
Robinhood, one lot traders, 10 lot traders,
DB.
and
13 puts.
A few other guys.
September
I think a couple other hedge funds jumped in on this game. Anyway, it is a game.
ITUB.
Just keep that in mind. It's not a company that has,
June 18th,
unless they reinvent themselves, which it seems they've got some CEOs that are going to do something.
VIPs.
But you know, they now have better resources, equity,
May
money
21st,
in their share prices to do something.
900
But bottom
VIPs.
line is, it's not an investment.
Calls.
It's gambling and
April
it's trading.
16th,
And if you're into that,
2021.
knock yourself out.
2005
I don't put that
VIPs.
information out on our
32
trade room.
calls.
I don't put that
May
information in
21st,
the newsletter.
2021.
You can
1,400
use our
BAC.
indicators. You can use what I teach you, and you can do it
calls.
yourself.
April
I don't mean to
1st,
be blunt, but that's where
2021.
it's at. Good money can be made, and
564
good money can be
CLOV.
lost. I
10
think
calls.
overall,
May 21st,
my
2021.
anticipation is that this
1,000
quarter
contracts.
ended up okay. My anticipation
260
based on my
calls.
research suggests that the
April
market's
1st,
got
2021.
new highs to come.
300
I think we've
DNN.
got a select amount
1
of
calls.
names that are doing okay
April
and
16th,
relative to risk.
2021.
So anyone can buy anything, and without
WNT.
risk,
140
you know,
calls.
that's I just got
April
I don't want to get into too many other
2021.
things, but the reality is
800 non.
entering the market is
4
one thing,
calls.
getting filled, right?
January
And then
20th,
what's your risk management
2023.
is number two. So when you look in hindsight and say, look at that big move, what was the cost of getting into that big move, and where was your stop, or what was the kind of risk you were looking at? If it was an all-in and you didn't care,
calls.
well, then you can make money.
April 1st, 2021.
But if you do care about risk,
546
and if you
contracts.
care about hard-earned income, you know, I always found that my mantra, and maybe I need to change, gambling and heavy speculative trading is good
calls.
for day in,
April
day
1st,
out. The
2021.
S&Ps or commodity markets. It's heavily leveraged. It's transparent. I have a fighting chance. Stock like GameStop, I don't really have that fighting chance. And looking at what the markets are capable of, what we just saw over the last couple of days with Viacom and Fox, and how fast those markets can depants people, it obviously shows that there's insider or better knowledgeable people, because if that high in Discovery, if that high in Viacom, if those highs there were good, you wouldn't have seen that volume divergence show up. Anyway, I wish everyone had an okay month with me over here, and it's been obviously been pretty wild, and I don't think that we have, if anything, I think the way the market traded this week's idea was to buy near 392.
April
Yesterday
7th,
we got a quick jump and then right back up. TradeStation had a little bit of an issue with its data. They've been having data issues almost every morning for whatever reason. I wake up and my data is not there. So I think if you've had that experience too, I'm not sure what their deal is, but it is a deal. And I've been trying to work for some developers on my spare time as well. So I'm cutting a little thin here, kids. All right. So I'm just saying, you're not going to hear as much out of me today as you've already heard, or you may not want to hear. And think about what I said about what's going on and the amount of momentum that this market has right now. It's building momentum. This is not, in my humble opinion, the time to be short the market. It's time to be in. It's time to be in. I think the right stuff is working. The bank stocks are working right now. Some of the consumer discretionary stuff is working. And over the next few weeks, I think technology comes back again in a big way, because that's when you see, from a seasonal perspective, that's when you start to see the technology names go back up. But technology won't go up that much like your Apple, which is worrying me a little bit, or other names, if we see corporate tax rates go up and there's more talk that it's going to happen sooner rather than later. That's it. Everyone, be good. I'll see you later. Enjoy. I think the algos have done a pretty decent job. You still got some lineage on another trade
April
out of here.
1st,
SQQ covered half the position. That trade scales out of half the position. And follow the
April
advanced
7th,
decline work,
2021.
because baby, it is
501
helping to no degree. Thanks everybody, and I'll see you in a bit.
June 18th, 2021. 1,871 contracts. X34 calls. April 16th, 2021. 2,637 FCX. 33 calls. May 21st, 2021. 1,000 contracts.
Oh, and just to help you out, here's the daily chart in GameStop. So the on balance volume is showing there was a big surge. Yeah, it showed contribution of buying up in there when the market rallied to maybe test the highs. What did the volume and momentum indicator? This made a new high and that didn't. Oh, by the way, which would you rather be relying on? I'm just going to throw that out there to you. Not that I want to sound arrogant or proud of my work, but if you're looking at a buy and a breakout and you go, gee, should it's going to $2,000. It's going to go up. It's going to break out. And my momentum indicator is showing a classic divergence, as well as, wait a minute, the momentum's weakening here. The volume's going actually negative. It has a negative momentum. You got to really think twice if you want to buy that stock under that condition. Not going to happen. Can you get a little reset up here? You had a daily high close doji. A lot of people talking about the uptick in the volume. Listen, this market could easily sell off in a heartbeat under this condition. I can't sell it short right this second because it's in a little mild uptrend and a high close doji.
April
I get 1st, that. But there's no real good volume structure here. Better volume structure would be like, oh, it
April
ticked
9th,
up, it's
2021.
positive, and you got a buy signal.
500 contracts.
It ticked up. You had a daily high close doji, and the volume's
19
good.
Calls.
So if you're going to
April
want
1st,
to buy
2021.
a product like
710
this in this environment, I think
39 calls.
Everything that I've taught you, and I didn't want to just walk away being curt all the time, but I wanted to be just straightforward and say, listen, guys,
250 calls.
there's a lot going on.
June 18th,
and
2021.
line, if you're trying to trade on your own and you want to take trades,
calls.
then use the right tools.
April 1st,
on balance volume is good, but when you
MIL.
start saying I'm buying a breakout because the volume made a new
August
high,
20th,
you better start looking at other tools, because at least this tool is saying, boy, that's susceptible for a downside action, and that's where it's at. So I mean, if no volume comes in like over here or over there, this is just another bull trap. So I'm just trying to throw that out to you. This is the daily chart on GameStop, which is probably the real reason why I wouldn't want to be chasing this right now at all or trading this thing. It just, to me, looks like, the stock market, we've already explained. Look what happened with IBM. Volume came in and they made an announcement yesterday. Volume came in 2 weeks ago. I said, oh, look, volume. We got a high close doji and you got volume. Papicita, you be quiet. Daddy's ranting. She's barking at a gecko. She does not like geckos.
VIAC. 45 puts. April 1st,
Sell
2021.
What should I do?
560
1 bark for
x
buy,
29
2 barks
calls.
for sell. What should we do?
May 21st, 2021.
All right. Well, see, now she's quiet. Now she says
969
hold.
contracts.
That's
PLTR.
it. All right. I'll talk to you later.
23 calls. April 1st, 2021. 1,793 contracts. IBM. 135 calls. May 21st, 2021. 744 contracts. BAC. 39 puts. April 1st, 2021. 699 contracts. WDC 70 calls. May 21st, 2021. 700 and VIAC 45 puts. April 1st, 2021. 920 GDX 31 puts. April 16th, 2021. 520 GDX 31 puts. April 16th, 2021. 7000 and FB 300 calls. April 16th, 2021. 707 WDC 70 calls. May 21st, 2021. 680 Uber 56 calls. April 16th, 2021. 1000 contracts. XLF 35 calls. April 16th, 2021. 2000 AMZN 3100 calls. April 1st, 2021. 70 GDX 34 calls. May 21st, 2021. 500 NVDA 530 calls. April 1st, 2021. 301 NVDA 530 calls. April 1st, 2021. 400 NVDA 530 calls. April 1st, 2021. 714 contracts. WDC 70 calls. May 21st, 2021. 1002 FCEL 14 calls. July 16th, 2021. 1000 CLDR 12 puts. April 16th, 2021. 1600 CHWY 89 calls. April 1st, 2021. 500 NIO 40 calls. April 9th, 2021. 510 contracts. AAPL 122 calls. April 1st, 2021. UA 18 calls. April 16th, 2021. 1000 contracts. UA 18 calls. April 16th, 2021. 523 LAZR 22 puts. April 16th, 2021. 665 contracts. RAD 20 calls. April 1st, 2021. 500 contracts. TSLA. 645 puts. April 1st, 2021. 306 contracts. FCEL. 14 calls. July 16, 2021. 500 contracts. HAL. 20 calls. May 21, 2021. 800 contracts.
All right. So I think we give you enough work and opportunities here. If you look at a stock like, say, Invita or an NVT or NVTA, whatever the hell it's called, Invite, whatever, NVTA is the stock symbol.
AMD.
We looked yesterday at
75
approximately
puts.
9 minutes before the close.
April
I gave you
30th,
daily high close
2021.
signals on the verge of generating
900 contracts.
right now, which was Walgreens up 5% now. Gap Tire open. I'm already in it. You're already in it. You should be in it. Invitae, it's up 5%. That's nice. Citibank, well, are already in it, and we bought the pullback, so it's only up 0.25%, or it's up 1/10%. It came off its highs. We had
Spike.
Las Vegas Sands, Delta
400
Airlines,
calls.
Abercrombie & Fitch,
April 1st,
Prudential,
2021.
and who's the other one?
4,400
Metropolitan Life Insurance
Spike.
Companies.
400 calls.
Those are pretty
April
interesting.
1st, 2021.
I think
5,013
combinations.
contracts.
JetBlue's down right now, 13 cents? That's all right. You had a good fill. Should have had a decent fill. And again, it's the end of the quarter,
Equity
and I'm
block.
hoping to play again
EWH.
a pullback between now
250,000
and
shares.
next week, which would be a new month, right? American Airlines, the casino operators, wins under a little pressure, but Las Vegas Sands generated a buy. MGM generated a buy, and that's positive for the sector. We'll see if we can, we're still in a very strong monthly uptrend. We did not deteriorate the monthly signals. Volume is stellar on the monthly pattern. The weekly is not in a great
GDXJ.
trend by any stretch of the
48
imagination.
calls.
Daily is stalling.
May 21st,
stalling like, well,
2021.
it's right here. It's stalling. Is this a,
1,606
I don't know.
contracts.
I would have to hope it's a kind of a little wedging pattern, and we could break out
FUBO.
of this
20
move
calls.
shortly,
April
and that
9th,
would be fun
2021.
to see. Ironically, we've got a
1,697
move
contracts.
that I was hoping to get a complete fill on Insight, which is a biotech company, INCY. It's up 2% today. So, I mean, that's positive. Nordstrom's, by the way, it's up slightly, 2%. I mean, I don't know what else to do, kids. And that's it. Jeff says, I finally got it right with the last pronunciation. I said it 15 ways. I don't remember what the first one was or the last one. But anyway, you got the symbols up there. I think the work's good. When you get buy signals of a daily and a weekly combination, when the overall market is healthy, good things happen to those who buy.
Equity block.
If you are
ANGL
a negative contrarian and you believe
993,245
and you're a
shares.
pessimist and you don't believe
Equity
the
block.
indicators and you went short,
PAC.
I hope you have a very good trust fund.
314,700 shares.
Because you're going to piss your money away pretty quickly.
NPTN.
Bottom
12
line.
calls.
Fix or Repair Daily
April
is not
16th,
doing anything right
2021.
now. I think that's
500
like,
contracts.
I don't think
Equity
it's
block.
still a bad trade for the
NOMT.
month. I think it's a April trade. Car
302,300
sales
shares.
tend to do a little bit better
TSLA.
in after Easter
650
holiday,
calls.
and that's
April
just
1st,
I mean, a
2021.
traditional thing from people that are,
200
I used to have a
KMB.
buddy, believe it or not, guys that are
138
in
puts.
all kinds of businesses.
April 16th, 2021.
Brian, I forgot
500
his last
NVDA.
name.
540
we were
calls.
fairly good acquaintances.
April 1st,
and he owned a
2021.
used car dealership in
400
Elgin.
NVDA.
In Elgin, Illinois, a
540
used car
calls.
dealership. I mean, this guy
April
banks some
1st,
sick dough.
2021.
He'd buy the cars, you know, he had probably,
500
I don't know, 150,
VIPs.
200 cars on his lot in
32
Elgin.
calls.
Off
April
of,
16th,
the hell was it? I think it
2021.
was either Golf or Higgins. I can't
807
remember way out there.
VIPs. 39 calls.
His clientele
April
were
16th,
those with less than stellar
2021.
credit. But
2002
bottom line, they all
equity
came
block.
in. You saw a
CPNG.
huge surge in used car sales in April, early
237,742
May.
shares.
So whether it was springtime in Chicago, people want to get out, they're ready, they've done, they need a new car, they've got their rust bucket and, you know, maybe the salt in Chicago streets. Now, I don't know if that's around the globe,
calls.
but there is some type of a
April 16th,
push that people start to get new cars in the spring.
7
So is
equity
that
block.
Ford? I mean, their financing, is it GM? Is it going to be something that is this sector going to be helped by President Biden's speech today with the electronic vehicle push and charging stations?
205,324 shares.
You would probably maybe think possibly are contracts going to be given out to Ford, or is it just entirely GM or Tesla for government vehicles? I don't know. It's an interesting place and it's an interesting play, but bottom line is Fix or Repair Daily still has very strong monthly volume. The weekly's kind of sold off, and I showed you what the daily was. We did generate a daily buy with the weekly in a buy mode, and today we're down about 6 cents off of that. So we'll see. The 60-minute charts look still fairly wholesome on Ford. So we'll see how the market ends, not just today, but the month, which is also today. PayPal. It could turn on a dime. I know there's a few PayPal just in a heartbeat. Boom.
122
I don't know how it just
calls.
went from somebody
April
getting
1st,
stopped out yesterday on the lows,
500
which was what, around 231-ish, I think it was,
April
230 and
16th,
change.
2021.
And to now it's at 244.
PLTR.
So if you think about it, from yesterday's intraday low on PayPal,
April 1st, 2021.
the
650
exact low was
gold.
232.63 if I want to be precise. And
January
I probably should be more
21st,
precise when it comes to numbers like
2022.
this.
1,100
I mean,
contracts.
jumping up $12. I mean, great example of intraday. We didn't take a look at that because I'm already in it. I would revisit it. I think there's still a shot. I mean, it's slim to none, but you know, can we get this move back up to fill that gap in the next 16 days? Well, all we need is 3 more days like today, and hell yeah, I mean, from low to high, you're up here, and so we'll have a little bit of a fighting chance there. The 60-minute volume looked, you know, okay. I mean, this looks like it's an oscillator, as you can see, of momentum of volume in terms of percent change. It just looks like it's been in a little spiral trading range, in my humble opinion. If we take a gander of on-balance volume and take a look at the daily, by the way, today,
VT
PayPal's going to form if it closes
535,000
here,
shares.
and I'd love to see it close just slightly above, and this is important. If it closes
AAPL.
greater than this last additional change,
125
gray
calls.
line right there,
April
which
1st,
is
2021.
245-ish, I think it is.
7
to be
equity
exact.
block.
245.
400,000
there it is.
shares.
245.08. Yes, it is. 245.08. It's above the
AAPL.
high. The last additional change. It's a
125
pivot
calls.
right there. It's hard to see.
April
Blue,
1st,
which acted as
2021.
resistance. Bang.
700
If it closes greater than on a high close
92
doji,
calls.
that's stellar.
April
That gives
1st,
me a little bit more hope.
2021.
And also, if it does
500
it today,
contracts.
I might consider
DNGA.
adding to the trade,
15 calls.
but roll
December
up,
17th,
maybe go with the
2021.
300 Mays or
500
look at a
AAPL.
270 290 call
124
spread.
calls.
Uh,
April
I'll
1st,
have to look at it closer to the
2021.
close. I don't want to get too
6
excited because
FCEL.
after the first hour
14
it could
calls.
fall all the way back
July
down.
16th,
Bottom
2021.
line, but could this
1000
market bounce up?
equity block.
Sure as hell could. Seen stranger
IGIB.
things happen. So
209
fingers crossed on that.
1800
PayPal's in
shares.
play for a daily high close doji.
Equity block.
And also, by the
JNK.
way, check this out. This is weird.
482,730
It's in
shares.
play for potential weekly
Pay.
high close doji.
3
if
calls.
not this week,
July 16th,
within the next 3
2021.
weeks, which is why
500
April
contracts.
might not happen.
ZNGA.
May or June
10 calls.
options, you could see the market
April
get back
16th,
up into this
2021.
zone here. So
500
moral
contracts.
of the story is we have, if we don't close tomorrow above last week's high, you've got another week and another week for a high close doji to materialize. So bottom line is I kind of like the fact that we have this huge support that never got taken out. Long shadows got bid, long shadow got bid, didn't sell off. Long shadow got immediately accepted. That tells me there's some volume. The momentum of the volume didn't get, it wasn't that positive, to be truthful. I wish it was like this, and I'd say, guys, we got to get super duper long. So that's why I would go with a limited risk trade on options again on PayPal. So I've got my eye on that one. That's a big play, and only because of the fact it went from this high extreme to that extreme. And I mean, somewhere it'll find equilibrium and retest the middle of that trading range. So when you see these types of rubber band stretches, it went a little too far, it went a little too far, and it's going to come back up and more than likely find its equilibrium. Its equilibrium is right around the midpoint between that high and this high, and that would be somewhere, I don't know, 260, 280 in that range, somewhere up in here. Bottom line, it's about right. Yeah, right around 260-ish. I mean, that could easily be accomplished. And if you think about if we close in here or a little bit higher at the end of the day, to me, I think it's next month, you fill in this blank and chop around a little bit more. The monthly volume, by the way, is still extremely wholesome. If it was down, I would say we are totally screwed, and I would never even consider adding to the trade. Just throwing that out there. All right. What else? Advanced decline. Our bestest pal, buddy, bestest big toe buddy. Again, the AD line. Zero line reject. The moving average crossover in the Qs.
April 9th, 2021.
I'm sure everyone else uses the
contracts.
same information in every trade room around the world, right? Everyone has the same information. They're all doing great, I'm sure. Bullshit.
Equity block.
Anyway, this is not an easy trade, and I don't want to make it seem easy. Flatline MA we talked about yesterday. The market's on both sides, and in a situation like that, out of all the indicators, OBV, obviously it's interesting. I think I wanted to thank, and I want to make sure I get the right name, Jaron. I wanted to thank Jaron, who posted about the OBV on a Reddit website, which shows that other people are using OBV. Now, listen carefully, everybody. I lost everybody. No one's here. Great. Big mouth person. Had to be curt. Had to be gruff. Had to be me.
QQQ.
All right, so maybe you come back.
297 puts.
That's what's
May
really cool about that is that we know that
2021.
on balance volume is a flawed indicator. It's not perfect.
IGSB.
And we know the flaws, and we know there's an indicator that's a little bit better, the person volume indicator. So knowing it's flawed and knowing that maybe people look at it and won't take the time to do enough studying or due diligence or know enough about it, because listen carefully to this, and I'm being very serious. There are educators out there that lead hundreds of traders down the unpromised road of failure, okay? They just sell the bullshit. They just, it's another indicator. They got an indicator every week. They got a great personality. They con people. And, there isn't a single con artist that has a gruff personality, I mean, bottom line, how do you smooth talk somebody into conning them out of their money? You smooth talk them, right? Most people don't want to hear the facts. Most people they want to hear they want the smoke up the keister, right? And so with that said, they don't really know that much. So they tell people it's the greatest indicator in slice spread. If you say, oh, look, the market's going down and the volume's going down, and you're using it,
Equity
and
block.
people are teaching this, and the
INVH.
fact that it's even mentioned on Reddit's website,
206,300
that's even
shares.
more powerful. And that tells me that when I
ETWO.
see divergences
10 calls.
between the OBV and
July
our volume
16th,
indicator,
2021.
I'm going to pay closer attention
1,300
and know
FSR.
that maybe there's people stuck
17
on a
calls.
bad trade because
April
they
1st,
use the on-balance volume
2021.
indicator to lead them
500
into
contracts.
a bad trade.
F11
That's
puts.
the message.
September
That's the
17th,
read between the lines,
2021.
and that's what you should be taking away. And that's
675
what's exciting.
contracts.
And just the bottom line, you've probably been taken in bad trades in your lifetime. I know I have. Just got stopped out the other day, and
12
I'm
calls.
getting right back in at a
July
higher place than
16th,
JetBlue.
2021.
There's an example.
2,630
But the point is that
contracts.
when my indicators start to show good things, and I know that the on-balance volume doesn't, it tells me that someone's trapped in the trade. Inversely, if my indicator's starting to show relative weakness and on-balance volume shows strength, I have a little bit, and this is one of the things that I've taught for now over a decade. I've been teaching about the divergences. And in fact, at least the last 8 years, I've been showing the divergences between on-balance volume and my volume indicator. And when my volume indicator is in a divergence situation and on-balance volume is not, you trust my volume indicator. And if all things look mixed, you trust this bad boy right there, the advanced decline, when it comes to the S&P 500. End of story. So I think that's a good walk and takeaway
April 16th,
for the market of what we're looking at
contracts.
and how to trade in this environment. So it's kind of cool that somebody is posting OBV and figured out on-balance volume. Maybe they watched our old videos on it. Who knows? Anyway, thanks for listening again. I hope we do the right thing. I hope the indicators work for us. Is there something I would eliminate off of the page of stuff that we got? If anything, I'll be watchful of Molson's cores, but I don't have to worry about it right now. I would be watchful of, we've been stalking IBB, and I think what we're looking for, just as a reminder,
April 16th,
the pivot to get above the prior pivot and a close greater than last conditional change.
April 1st,
we're going to get a 60-minute buy, but we don't have the pivot structure making a daily pivot greater than the prior day's pivot. That'll come probably for tomorrow if today closes strong,
37 calls.
or it'll come
April 16th,
on Monday.
2021.
So I'm just suggesting
1,961 contracts.
Unfortunately, as bad as I was saying yesterday to you guys, hey, I love this. It's an exciting opportunity. I hope we get filled. And I was looking for that downdraft and insight. Instead, we only got a half position filled. And anyway, we'll see what happens with the banks. We'll see what happens. ConAgra looks to be like maybe it's got, I don't know, first hour there. It just looks like more rotation. Next couple days, which would lead us into Tuesday.
April 9th,
depending, I think, how the market reacts to the highly anticipated speech this afternoon. Tomorrow,
9th,
first day of the month before a 3-day holy holiday, and we'll be looking at possibly upside options in this weekend's newsletter, not just in the Qs. Don't forget what I wrote about.
405 calls.
The Qs could see 330
April 9th,
in a heartbeat.
2021.
In a heartbeat, baby.
10,005
Don't forget that.
AAL.
So we're looking for what we haven't
calls.
seen yet, which could
January
come today,
20th,
an upside breakout.
2023.
And I think that the S&Ps,
500 contracts.
404 might be an under statement, but believe it or not, by May, 408, 409 or higher is very, very possible in this environment. That's it. That's all I got. Be good, everybody. I thought that was in the news a month ago, actually. PayPal was accepting crypto before, or they were talking about it. So, I mean, maybe someone just mentioned that, Trev, just to reaffirm. But that was already in I thought that was already like
Equity block.
in the news. I mean, if
JPST.
I thought they'd already
600,000
they
shares.
bought it. Okay, I thought they announced.
Equity block.
Square said they were, and if Square's going to do it, I mean, come on, PayPal, Venmo.
391,800 shares.
Um,
Equity block.
I was under
SPSB.
the impression that PayPal had already talked about it. Maybe they didn't make a formal announcement that it talked about they were going to do it, or maybe that was the insights that someone said that they're coming about doing it. Anyway, it makes sense. I mean, that's their model, right? Online payment, buy, sell stuff. I mean, if Overstock can do it, I mean, and they were the first to do it, by the way, Overstock, and get involved in the crypto. So from an online vending company.
MTG
anyway,
15
thanks, Jeff.
calls.
Thanks, guys. Talk
June
to you later.
18th,
Good luck. Cross fingers.
1,500 contracts. UA. 18 calls. April 16th, 2021. 4,300 IWM. 212 puts. April 30th, 2021. 580 contracts. GM 59 calls. April 1st, 2021. 500 contracts.
Only we've got Las Vegas Sands and Delta of
Equity block. EMB. 838,356 shares. FB. 295 calls. April 1st, 2021. 600 equity block. IEF. 1105412 shares. AAPL. 125 calls. June 17, 2022. 1 NIO. 41 calls. April 1st, 2021. 852 contracts. Equity block. XPEV. 249,500 shares. CLF 21 calls. April 9, 2021. 506 contracts.
Jeff, thanks very much. You're not trying to rub it in. I just thought I heard 2 weeks ago, maybe it was just the planning stage. That someone had said, PayPal is intending. It may have been a heads up. Maybe when Square, it was my impression. But if today's the official announcement, then I mean, it's probably somebody was already anticipating they were going to do it, and that was the news story. I don't know. I had thought I'd read that. Since I don't drop acid anymore, I figured I'm just joking about that. I wasn't seeing things or hearing things, and I'm not psychotic sometimes, so I know I didn't hear voices. Buy more, buy more. No, those are voices. Don't do that, John. All right. Wait till the end of the day till we get confirmation, or at least look for the first hour. VXX still short. That's positive. Volume trend solidly in the downside. Profits were taken on
ARKK,
SQQ, still half
119
position.
puts.
SPXL still long.
April 1st,
Day trade mini
2021.
S&P just got stopped out of a
600
nice little
equity
another
block.
trade. Rode the trend
TLT.
since, I don't know, 5 this morning.
550,055
Everything
shares.
looks to be firing on pretty much good signals. Watch Labu for the breakout that could lead us to the promised land. It looks like Energy's Williams taking a little back seat today because why? Kinder Morgan back seat today. Technology's in play because people are jumping back in on the tech play, it looks like. So maybe it's all we're getting right now, the rotation out of the ag stocks, the energy stocks, and going right back into tech names. And that is what could really launch
April
S&Ps
16th,
if we get
2021.
more solid buys in the tech space.
1,117 contracts.
Semis, and again, biotech. All right? And in the meantime, hopefully
Equity
Walgreens
block.
goes up more.
SQQQ.
Hopefully PayPal goes up a lot more. Insight, Boeing,
277,600 shares.
The rest is, obsolete.
SPY. 396 puts. April 1st, 2021. 1000 BGCP. 5 calls. April 16th, 2021. 7,700 contracts. PBI. 9 calls. April 16th, 2021. 557 contracts. Equity block. GLUU. 300,000 shares. BGCP. 5 calls. April 16th, 2021. 2,200 equity block. GM 198,100 shares. Equity block. LQD. 370,200 shares. VIPs. 39 calls. April 16, 2021. 2005 VIPs. 33 calls. April 16, 2021. 563 contracts. VIPs. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. VIPs. 33 calls. April 16, 2021. 1000 VIPs. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 560 Riot. 48 puts. April 1, 2021. 764 Amat. 129 calls. April 9, 2021. 781 contracts. BGCP. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 983 contracts. BGCP. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 548 contracts.
Yeah. While the main office and emails, if let me follow up. If anyone has an
Roku. 330 calls. April 1, 2021. 230 Baba.
Yes.
210 puts. May 21, 2021. 1007 Equity Block. GSX.
Algo.
250,000 shares. Equity Block. Fold. 212,350 shares.
urgency, unless if it's
Snap. 51 calls.
okay.
April 16th,
All right.
2021. 2,150
I'm just wanted to make sure
contracts.
that I disclosed a little bit more correctly about what's going on. Some of you know or don't know, but some of you know Mary broke her arm, and Mary had to have wrist surgery with put a plate in around 5 screws. So we're not really requiring Mary to answer a phone. B, I don't
Snap.
answer phones during trading hours.
61
Generally
calls.
speaking, I have appointments
April
that I make with
16th,
clients.
2021.
Some of you guys, a couple of you know that.
2,500
Got
XLF.
calls from me yesterday.
35 calls.
Very fun
April
to talk to
16th,
you guys. I mean, it
2021.
really is. And so
4,479
I
contracts.
enjoy the banter back and forth, and I always tell you, I can give it, and you see that, but I do take it. So I think if you're going to throw mud, you better be able to get some in your face. If you live in a glass house, don't throw a stone. Anyway, if you do throw stones and you live in a glass house, you better know a glass repair guy. Bottom line, though, if you do have an issue, if I can help you, I am available. I'm just letting you know. Mary will not be sending emails replying back to you. She has been cut off from all work. So if anyone's asking for help, can't log in, don't know what they did with their workspaces, I'm just going down a list of regular things. If it can wait, let it wait. Monday, or if I can help you, lean on me. I'm here for you. Okay. I'll try to make you some quick profits today as well. I think the algos have already hit you up on a nice little quick pop on the ES. Yesterday we had a quick pop as a day trade on a stock. We are now looking at, let's see, what else am I looking at? I don't know, came in on the close yesterday and gave you some insights on what was forming daily high close
Equity
dojis.
block.
And the reason I do that is because
UVXY.
simply this. More times than not, when you get these high close dojis at the end of the day,
shares.
the next day the market gaps up and you ain't getting in them. Case in point was Invitae, oh Jesus, Jeff! Now I'm all screwed
Snap.
up. I'll never get that stock. It's a mental block.
Calls. June 18th, 2021.
Invita. NVTA.
865 contracts.
Rattle. I'm never going to pronounce it right. It's a mental block. It's interesting that I posted Walgreens twice. It had an official high close doji Monday, which I did post for everyone at 4:30 in the afternoon. My bad. I was a little late on that one. Yesterday, I got a little bit better for you. Monday, again, I let the cat out of the bag. Monday was Mary's surgery, so we were taking care of some things. But I still wanted to post into what that it gives a lot of great credibility and validity
calls.
to the power behind that.
April 1st, 2021.
Signal. In the meantime,
206 contracts.
if you're still in Walgreens with me,
calls.
it's
April
nice to
1st,
see it's only
2021.
It's probably
750 contracts.
Tilray up 7. Is Tilray up? No, now up 6%. So out of all the stocks on the planet, we've got, let's see, probably Square up 7.8%. Baozun, which we posted was BZUN, had also generated a daily high close doji. It's only up 3.4%. It gapped up this morning as well.
X34 calls.
Bragging rights.
April 16th,
some of the best performing stocks on
1,957 contracts.
At least either are in or suggested yesterday with the 9 minutes you had to look at it to get in. And then finally, Insight, which is not the best performing stock in biotech,
contracts.
but it's the top 4. Insight Corporation up 1.79%. Myriad Genetics is up 1.6%. You've got Clovis Oncology up 3%, and Moderna now up 6.5%. Moderna up 6.5% sounds like, wow, look at that move, right? However, it's I don't know, down 40% off its highs in the last 8 days. anyway, that in like a lion, out like a lamb. Remember, we are coming out of March like a lamb, weakening. Moderna off its highs. Like, geez, it went from like 190 straight down to like 116 on an intraday low. That's brutal. And now we've got the one that we missed was Baxter. The good news is there'll be other opportunities. Now what I get excited about, what I'm really digging is today we find out how many new fresh monthly HCDs there will be. So for you guys in the live trading room, my job is to not post this at 4:45. My job is to come in here at around 3:45, have my list, type it up so that you know what we're generating. Now, generally with a monthly high close doji, we tend to get opportunities to buy dips, and other times we don't. It just takes off, and they're very high risk. For example, let me explain what I mean.
BAC.
A very high
39
risk.
calls.
So if we take
April
a gander
1st,
together at what a high close doji is, the rule is after a downtrend, market forms a doji, closes greater than high of doji. The 1-to-1 risk reward ratio would be from the close
Equity
to
block.
the low of the doji or the
GLUU.
lowest low of the last 4 bars. So let's
300,000
count.
shares.
1, 2, 3, 4. What's the lowest low of all that area in there? It's right here.
39
so
calls.
that's 74.
April 1st,
and that's 85.
2021.
That's $11. What's
1,900
1-to-1? If you're
equity
risking
block.
11, then add 11 to 85 and you got
171,600
96.
shares.
96 is up here. That's a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, and it should happen within the next 8 bars. Timing element. So we got entry, we got risk, and we got time.
FB.
That's what I mean. That's an $11
calls.
risk.
April
That's
16th,
greater than, if you think about it, 14% is your risk. However, it has a very strong probability. On a big breakout bar like that, odds are you can get a small pullback within the next month, generally speaking. Monthly high close dojis. Now, if we know we got, and I'm not saying to get in it, I'm just giving an example. If you know a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio has got a minimum target of $96 between here and there, sometime where the moving averages. Now think about this black space. This is time. This is called let's anticipate. If we're anticipating that the high, if we do fulfill its destiny of a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, is $96 is the target. Somehow, if the moving averages and supports here, somewhere in time, you might get a pullback in here to buy. And other times it might just gap and go and forget about it. But there's opportunity, $11 worth of opportunity up there within the next 8 months,
NTR.
or it's seasonal time frame. It's best time of year to be in it, which is right now almost, which is why I tried to make that recommendation to get in it. So again, the point is, if you have monthly high close dojis and they're not as wide of risk, you can jump on them immediately, or you can start making a plan of attack of structuring a trade to that minimum target profit target. That's the concept of looking for opportunities. So weekly versus, and again, monthly. So on the monthly HCD, so far, blinkage means that it will form. If it closes here, it's warning you that it crossed the threshold. So you got to look at the chart and say, okay, that's not quite a high close doji. Market just closing greater than past highs on an uptrend of strong volume and good trend. That's as you can see, McKesson in the biotech space or healthcare drug sector. Baxter's another one, high close dojis. So I'm looking for fresh new. Cardinal Health, by the way, scumbags. It took a while, but they finally rallied up. We were in it last year at the end of the fourth quarter. Anyway, let's see. You've got, whoa, gee whiz, golly, gee willikers, John. How many blinkage do you have? JB Hunt, Southwest Airlines, Ryder. You got American Airlines has already been in a monthly buy, and you got a flip in CHRW. You got CNI. They were in monthly downtrends. Now they went in monthly buys. Now, the more monthly buys in a sector you get, the better the longer term trend. It doesn't mean you can't get a day or two or a week or two of pause and a pullback. You want to buy pullbacks in stronger, higher time frame trends. So this suggests that we've got more upside in this space. Thus, the reason why we bought lightly 50% on JetBlue, because it was a daily buy with a weekly buy and the monthly buy, but it went from A to B, and hopefully we get a little pullback and we can add to it. In the meantime, we have American Airlines as well, AAL, same story, same thing, right? Gold miners, nothing changed. Home builders, you got DH Horton, Lennar, and Pulte, all forming, and they all look very similar in charts. So is that a continuation or is it a one-time pop? The volume suggests it's got more upside, but in this case, we'll probably more likely on these big wide range bars get a pullback. This is not quite a high close doji because it's after a sideways trading range, slightly biased to the upside. I would say that odds are we can get a pullback, maybe close to 48.5 in the next
46 calls.
month. And what's the next
April
month?
9th,
Well, it starts next week.
2021.
It actually starts
500
tomorrow.
contracts.
So
Equity block.
Keep our eyes in the
LQD.
net. When I say next 7 trading sessions,
shares.
it's also
Equity
means
block.
next month. It also means
SPYV.
next week. It's 7 trading sessions. It means
268,165
what?
shares.
Today, yesterday, tomorrow, the next day, next day, next day. That's next day. And that's the weird thing about looking at analysis. When you say, oh, in the next 3 days, you also should be looking at weekly chart, and you should also be looking at monthly charts, because what's in the next 3 days? The next month. It's where the market opens. Tomorrow's a new monthly open. So we'll see if the market opens lower, opens higher, and then how we gauge whether the trend can continue if it closes greater than the monthly open after the first 5 days. We got
April 16th,
strong odds that this thing's going to
2021.
continue to blow right up.
AAPL.
Anyway, that's the kind of things that we put together.
calls.
It's not.
April
It sounds
9th,
complicated, but it's not. It's a simple set of rules.
700
It works
AAPL.
across the spectrum of time frames.
125
Bad
calls.
news is it looks like
April
we've got,
16th,
if you're,
2021.
we just came off a low close doji. It's not going to
300
generate.
calls.
So it's flashing that
April
the
16th,
threshold
2021.
clicked. If this market was down and broke below that last conditional change
95 calls.
with that type of volume structure,
April 9th,
I would not be buying
2021.
Netflix. With that type of volume
100
structure, I'm not buying
contracts.
Netflix anyway. Bottom line, it's negative. Roku, that is going to be a monthly low close doji. That's ugly. That's but that that's got 10 to 1 or the other. It's got a different volume pattern. It just went too high, a low close doji, but maybe it rallies in the midpoint next month. Maybe 360 gets a $40 pop and then falls. You got to look for the next bar. This is probably one of the worst patterns of any stock that I've seen on the board that is expressly, if you are a candlestick aficionado, if my friend Steve Nissen was here, he would say, sell the shit out of this thing. But of course, he wouldn't use profanity. I would. He would say this is ultimately extremely bearish. I would tell you if there's follow through on an evening doji star pattern, that's a three candle pattern. That's a classic
puts.
evening doji star.
April
It's also a
16th,
low close doji. Market
2021.
closes less than doji.
500
I mean,
contracts.
this may manifest itself into the end of time. Roku, a massive sell-off. So you want to look for taking sell signals on pops and then go with short-term daily sell signals, weekly sell signals, or maybe
BGCP.
stop in underneath the monthly low, which
April
would confirm
16th,
lower high, and
2021.
then in the next bar,
500
lower low.
contracts.
So out of all of the stuff that I would say is
410
something
calls.
I would not be buying
April
a
16th,
pullback. And if I
2021.
was, if this is a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, you got 324 and you got a high of 486. I mean, you got a 160 point move.
Equity
you do the
block.
math, 160 point move. Holy Jiminy crickets, Batman. I'm thinking,
shares.
wow, that's got
RKT.
downside potential, right?
22
So
calls.
maybe longer term
April
duration,
1st,
deeper out of the money
2021.
put options would be, put it
533
on,
contracts.
gamble, say forget about it, or wait for timing structure on like if the market has a short term
Equity
pop
block.
and then rocks and then
SPY.
gets a daily sell signal next month, next week,
251,164 shares.
which is next month.
AR10
You
calls.
get a daily sell signal, you
August
go with it because
20th,
it could really
2021.
manifest into some more downside.
1,031
That's
contracts.
that's how I would
Equity
be looking
block.
at a company, a
MRK.
pattern like that. Whatever I don't care what the
150,000
company
shares.
is. I'm looking at the pattern. Okay. So in the
BGCP.
monthly, in the
4
scheme of
calls.
things,
April
we've got
16th,
a mix
2021.
of signals. We've got
500
VMware
contracts.
generating a PPS buy, and maybe it's right at the cusp of a monthly high close doji. VMware, by the way.
AR10 calls.
Zoom
August 20th,
is an
2021.
interesting one. After kind of a
841
downtrend
contracts.
sideways, it's been in a PPS. Now it's in a low close doji. Where could it go? 1-to-1 risk reward ratio suggests on Zoom more downside. It also shows that economy opening up, maybe people don't need as much Zoom. I'm not sure if they did. If you look at from high to low, a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio would take you back to about where it was, last July. I mean, classic pullback, that's 183. If you bought it at $500, that sucks. If you bought it at the highs at 585, that would really suck. Volume, I wouldn't be buying the pullback, but I would look at a pullback. If it made the 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, it would catch my attention somewhere down there under the short-term conditions. So we are seeing a kind of like a, what would you say, rotation out of some things and lots of new fresh monthly buy signals. AT&T, by the way, AT&T for the first
Equity
time
block.
in, I don't know, forever, might
FIXT.
have some possibility of upside. Infrastructure spending,
525,369
maybe the
shares.
Biden plan is going to
Equity
help
block.
AT&T out. I don't know.
F157,300 shares.
I mean, this one's perplexed me for ages.
C75 calls.
Overall
April
debt,
9th,
they spend too much money,
2021.
they have too many
660
towers, blah, 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 blah,
contracts.
blah, blah, blah. But we
BIDU.
also pointed out that, look at
210
Verizon. I
puts.
think that was in a
April
post
1st,
I made the other day.
2021.
Verizon's got a high close doji. It's the
equity
opposite.
block.
I mean, this is a three-candle pattern. It's literally the opposite
shares.
of what I just showed you with Roku. And the volume looks improving. So the pattern, the volume is meeting the price pattern, which is kind of cool. So Verizon would be on another monthly a list today if it's above that line in the sand. So Verizon looks wholesome. I think
124
Warren Buffett
calls.
last month or maybe the
April 1st,
month before
2021.
announced that they were buying
1,000
Berkshire Hathaway, put a
BGCP.
stake in Verizon.
4 calls. April 16th,
I believe that's
2021.
kind of in the back of my mind there too.
Contracts.
I'm not saying that Warren's everything he does is immediate, right? But if they've got their money behind it and they like it, maybe this is the time to shine for these telecoms. It seems to be one of the weakest trades I've ever seen for the last 2 years. Talk about sideways. It's brutal, right? So with that said, maybe now's the time for a change of guard of industries. So anyway, there are some neat high close dojis. Jack in the Box. I often tell you I was a child growing up. I don't know where the hell one was. We didn't have Jack in the Box in Illinois and Chicago as a kid, but there's a story that they killed a few hundred people or 100 people with salmonella, and clowns scare the shit out of people. So I don't know how this company, you talk to a clown, kids are screaming like, I'm scared of the clown, and you're going to get salmonella poisoning. But that company survived. And that's a true part of history. So I just never, with that, found the need to want to invest my money in it. Obviously, I was dead ass wrong, but they survived. Same thing happened at Chipotle Mexican Grill. But anyway, and then the funny thing is all of the pot stocks are still in a strong monthly buy. They just didn't go anywhere. That's insane volume on Tilray. So at what point would I add, if the monthly's in a long and it's not going anywhere, I have to wait till the weekly generates a trade, and the weekly gives me a buy. So that's why I didn't hit the newsletter yet. In our stuff, you got Boeing going to generate a monthly HCD or break out above a swing high. That's very positive. Schlumberger is already in one. It's just backed off a little bit. That's why we tried buying a little. We didn't buy the breakout. We got stopped out with profits. We're now trying to re-enter the trade. I still like the trade, and I want to buy it. And then that pullback. Our stuff, let's see. CAG, Continental Agriculture, ConAgra. Let's see. Short-term little pullback, it's okay. Longer term's all right, as long as it closes closer to the 90% of it percentile, closer to the high end of the bar range. You can't think that that's a bad thing, because if it was going to do a pump, it would already have dumped. Weekly, all right, it's a pullback, higher high, higher low against higher trending moving averages, rising MAs, good volume on a weekly basis. Says don't get out, stick with it. Still
Equity
have
block.
Technically
GE.
or
1 million
parochial
shares.
analysis, higher highs and higher lows. You've got one pause.
Equity block.
We'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks.
193,500 shares.
Other than that, everything else, we're in monthly buys. And Invitae is not generated. It's a monthly, did not generate a monthly buy. It's in a weekly sell. It's a fairly, I don't know, it's trading range.
XLE.
It just had a generated a daily high close doji,
April
and
16th,
it's got a slight breakout for a quick pop of
6,745 contracts.
The straight skinny. We had a nice, if I put it out, it's because I like the short term, and you could have made a quick little bank of buck on
54
Invitae.
calls.
Unless you don't like
16th,
8% moves
2021.
overnight. I'm just saying.
10,000 contracts. Equity block.
That's it, man. That's all I got. The rest are these kind of like IPOs. DocuSign's not an IPO. I just put it there because, well, I didn't have any other place to put it. Another
April 16th, 2021.
Market that did quite well in the pandemic.
Contracts.
That everyone needed to sign documents online versus blah, blah, blah. And here's another one. After 3 bars, 1 uno dos tres, low close doji. This is a little bit different. This is scary. I would not want to be in this trade. One reason is
equity block.
Huge.
HR 776,250
Every time
shares.
that stock got anything above 242,
XBI.
sellers came in.
133 puts.
Sellers came in. Bang.
May 21st, 2021.
The market is going to close
TSM.
below
126 calls.
And on
April
extremely
16th,
negative volume.
2021.
That suggests that the next rally ain't going to get that high. It suggests
June
that any rally closer to maybe where the midpoint is, or right up in here, that's the inflection point. That's 220. Anything close to 220, maybe it's earnings, maybe it has a dead cat bounce.
SPC.
If it's negative news, that'll be the high. And you can
April
lean against
16th,
that
2021.
bar's high as a stop loss. Look for
AEM.
retrace. Sell it here.
Calls.
Use your stop loss
April
above
16th,
that swing high.
2021.
If the market has a dead cat bounce, it should do a pump
SPC.
and then a final dump.
37 calls.
Or it's just gonna,
April
you
16th,
should start to see a trend
2021.
develop. Lower highs,
1,000
lower lows, because now you've got a lower close and open. You
April
now have a
16th,
lower close and open. You now have a lower close than 1, 2, 3 past months of lows. This is not a positive price action. You will not see me say take that trade, buy the dip in that market.
April
if there
1st,
is a dip to
2021.
buy, you take the 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio, which if it closes at 200, it's $75. It's add a buck minus that, it's $1.25. $125, somewhere right around that last conditional change in time is the 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio.
Equity
and if
block.
I was once I see a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio achieved, that's where I look to maybe take a buy. In the meantime, that's one that should be under selling pressure as we get through the next 3 months, right? 3 bars is 3 months. It's a quarter. So anyway, that's what I'm projecting right now in the market. It is certainly a change of guard from Monday's bullshit news story, which is exciting when you hear bullshit news and you can read the bullshit. When you get the skills to learn enough about the bullshit, remember Monday, oh my God, the hedge funds, oh my God, the world's going to fall apart, $20 billion in losses, oh my God. And here we are. Oh, are we breaking out, making highs in the market? Yes. Interesting, right? God bless the media if we know how to play it sometimes. Anyway, not saying I'm perfect, not saying every
Equity
trade's
block.
a winner,
SPY.
but you know what? That one I
250,000
think we
shares.
got right. With that said, I'm done chatting, and then we'll go from there. Take care, everybody. Good luck. I think we got some good stuff on, man. You know, pray you're not short the market. John, I did not get you short SPY. That's a fact. And in fact, if anything, right now, the question begs, you know, we were talking about the SPY getting up to that 404 minimum and then maybe 409. Stranger things have happened on a breakout. I think this market reset on bad news, got a lot of people skanked in on the short side. Market's still very positive against weekly pivot. The idea this week was to buy anything
block.
near a pullback on
250,000 shares.
Well, we didn't quite get that chance. The next thing is to look for upside out of semis. The next thing is to look for upside out of Labu. And now you got a potential breakout occurring on the Qs, which should take you up to around 330. That's it. I'll see you guys in a bit. It's bio break for me. Oh, yeah. And by the way, the VXX covered its short position on a trailing stop function and added, you know, whether or not that's not an indicator, that's a trade. That's all it is. SQQ, it's just, you know, it's just trading and showing some good strategies. That's all it is, man.
Equity block. SPTS.
We're a couple days for JPAM.
314,862 shares.
Issue. We're working diligently with the developers because it's a trade station issue. Sending out another email at the end of the quarter because we had risks of order entry. So I'm excited about this working. We've been testing it and it works. It was causing a problem when the breakdown of positions. Some accounts weren't getting filled. Some accounts were getting too filled. It wasn't entering the orders. It was, for me, I think it put 5 years of life on my, added more gray hair, and it's been resolved. So we're back in business, probably starting the beginning of the quarter. I want to place a couple more trades, and that's it. Mendy, thank you. I've got to take a bio break. I'll see you guys in just, but thank you very much for APPS. Thanks, Mendy, for posting that. Thank you.
January 21st, 2022. 576 equity block. EMLC. 314,300 shares. MTG 15 calls.
Your type
January
should be
21st,
may have,
2022.
okay, because the day's not over.
1,500
it's warning
contracts.
you that if the market closes here or higher, it will then be in a buy. But it's only 10:56 this morning, and so by 3:59 and 59 seconds, if that market backs all the way back down to like 78, your PPS buy in HCD didn't generate. So the difference
block.
is when you see an arrow
SPTI.
on a daily chart and the day is the current day, it's
shares.
not telling you to buy it this second. It's saying if it closes here at the end of the day, it will generate a buy. And that's why I come in at the end of the day, like I have, and said, hey, you got daily HCDs forming. And I do it generally in the last 15 minutes. So you can say, hey, I like Walgreens. I like Yum Brands. I like Google, First
April
Energy,
1st,
or
2021.
I like Moderna. I like MyGen. I like this. Those are cell
equity
signals.
block.
I like John put
CS
out Walgreens again 2 days in a row.
344,286
AT&T,
shares.
Invitae, Citi, Biogen.
Riot.
Gee, okay, those make sense to me. I take
April
a position
1st,
in some of those.
2021.
I don't want to buy Delta because I already got American Airlines.
Contracts.
But anyway, I post what the markets are generating for you, and that's why yesterday at 3:51 we got it right. Now on Monday I had a situation where I couldn't make it on time, but at least we had information for you so that you could see what was going on the board. All right, now it's bio break. See you guys later.
C76 calls. April 9th, 2021. 699 contracts. Equity block, SQQQ. 262,908 shares. Equity block, GPS. 227,262 shares. AMC. 10 calls. April 1, 2021. 750 contracts. PSFE. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 763 contracts. Equity block, SPY. 251,164 shares. PLTR. 45 calls. January 21, 2022. 1,122 contracts. Equity block, SPTL. 289,3400 shares. PSFE. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 550. Equity block, SPIP. 279,995 shares. SNDL. 1 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block, SPY. 502,328 shares. Equity block, VIAV. 200,000 shares. DBX. 35 calls. January 20, 2023. 4,000 contracts. Equity block, SPLG. 716,212 shares. Equity block, FISV. 150,000 shares. PLTR 23 puts. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. IQ 17 calls. April 1, 2021. 711 contracts. BAC 39 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity Block, EMLC. 397,300 shares. Equity Block, GLUU. 999,670 shares. RBLX. 80 calls. May 21, 2021. 699 contracts. Equity Block, ZNGA. 150,000 shares. SNPR. 10 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. CSCO. 50 puts. August 20, 2021. 500 contracts. PLTR. 23 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 456,750 shares. Woo. 30 calls. January 21, 2022. 700 contracts. Equity block. VTI. 480,000 shares. Equity block. DNB. 322,000 shares. AAPL. 130 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 equity block. SPY. 502,328 shares. BAC. 39 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,949 contracts. Equity block. VIAV. 200,000 shares. SPY. 422 calls. May 21, 2021. 6,031 contracts. Equity block. DBX. 184,000 shares. RSI. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 657 contracts. Equity block. FMX. 256,900 shares. MARA. 55 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,200. SBUX. 111 calls. April 1, 2021. 671 contracts. RSI. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 570. Ms. 78 calls. April 1, 2021. 2,000 contracts. Eric. 14 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. Uber. 600,000 shares. Equity Block, VTI. 386,715 shares. ARVL. 22 calls. May 21, 2021. 502 contracts. WIMI. 5 calls. November 19, 2021. 510 contracts. ACTC. 20 calls. April 16, 2021. 606. Equity Block, QQQ. 410,945 shares. XLE. 49 calls. April 1, 2021. 876. Equity Block, VIAV. 181,141 shares. XLE. 49 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,740 contracts. X25 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,651 contracts. Equity block. SHYG. 259,061 shares. Equity block. EGOV. 250,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 350,220 shares. Equity block. SKX. 466,449 shares. SLB. 37 calls. November 19, 2021. 8,000 contracts. PSFE. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,713 contracts. F14 calls. June 18, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. GRTS. 514,990 shares. IDEX. 2 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. NTR. 250,000 shares. Equity block. EGOV. 345,107 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,328 shares. Box 20 puts. May 21st, 2021. 553 equity block. CRM 400,000 shares. QQQ 322 calls. April 1st, 2021. 600 contracts. Equity block. F 158,505 shares. Equity block, JNK. 258,300 shares. Mara. 54 calls. April 9, 2021. 659, AA30 puts. July 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block, IEFA. 330,600 shares. Equity block, Ely. 150,000 shares. AMAT. 130 puts. April 9, 2021. 751 contracts. Equity block, EMB. 266,800 shares. SPY. 395 puts. April 5, 2021. 600 AMZN. 3,150 calls. May 21, 2021. 74 contracts. Equity block, Excel. 164,500 shares. Mo's 31 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,700 contracts. Mo's 30 puts. April 1, 2021. 632 contracts. Equity block. APHA. 1 million shares. Equity block. PS 250,000 shares. UA. 18 calls. April 16, 2021. 509 contracts. DBX. 30 calls. April 16, 2021. 748 equity block. QQQ. 410,945 shares. Equity block. SPSB. 641,9720 shares. Equity block. GLD 1 million shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. AAPL. 126 calls. April 9, 2021. 900 equity block. JPST. 222,5000 shares. AMAT. 131 calls. April 9, 2021. 209 equity block. KDP. 171,800 shares. Equity block. CNK. 310,100 shares. Equity block. EQT. 260,800 shares. BGCP. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 860,000 shares. TSLA. 680 calls. April 1, 2021. 400 AAPL. 127 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. AAPL. 123 calls. April 9, 2021. 135 contracts. AAPL. 125 calls. April 9, 2021. 539 contracts. Equity block. MT 360,000 shares. CF 44 calls. April 1st, 2021. 724 contracts. Equity block. MT 460,000 shares. Equity block. CRM. 400,000 shares. Equity block. CRM. 400,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,328 shares. Equity block. QQQ. 328,756 shares. SOCL. 67 calls. May 21st, 2021. 561 contracts. UA. 18 calls. April 16th, 2021. 540 contracts. UA. 18 calls. April 16th, 2021. 540 contracts. Academic 35 calls. April 16, 2021. 550 contracts. Google. 2,130 calls. April 9, 2021. 102 contracts. Equity Block. VIAC. 205,000 shares. SQ 232 calls. April 9, 2021. 758 contracts. NVDA. 540 calls. April 1, 2021. 410 contracts. NRZ. 11 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. NVDA. 540 calls. April 1, 2021. 300. NVDA. 540 calls. April 1, 2021. 471 contracts. DISCSA. 80 calls. January 21, 2022. 500 contracts. Equity Block. SPYV. 284,858 shares. FB. 305 calls. April 16, 2021. 263 contracts. Equity block. JNK. 400,000 shares. AAPL. 125 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 F13 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. HYG. 500,000 shares. Equity block. FXI. 105,000 shares. Equity block. FXI. 250,000 shares. Equity block. IVV 711,805 shares. Equity block. ANGL 486,872 shares. Equity block. GRTS. 598,549 shares. Equity Block. HWCC. 580,977 shares. TSLA. 680 calls. April 1, 2021. 200 BAC. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. SPY. 399 calls. April 5, 2021. 700 contracts. NRZ. 11 puts. May 21, 2021. 512 Equity Block. JIH. 165,000 shares. Equity Block. CCX 400,000 shares. Equity Block. Mint. 486,000 shares. Equity Block. NCLH. 647,300 shares. Equity Block. CD 1 million shares. Equity Block. CD 783,573 shares. INTC. 64 calls. April 1, 2021. 626 contracts. Equity block LQD 319,409 shares. Equity block SPY 251,164 shares. PLTR 23 puts. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block SPY 251,164 shares. Equity block SPY 251,164 shares. SPCE. 31 calls. April 1, 2021. 517 contracts. Root. 10 calls. September 17, 2021. 1,466 contracts. Root. 10 calls. June 18, 2021. 1,000 contracts. CHPT. 26 calls. April 1, 2021. 539 contracts. Equity Block. EMB. 292,141 shares. Equity Block. SPY. 432,044 shares. Equity Block. VWO. 280,000 shares. Equity block. Tail. 379,517 shares. VNOM. 17 calls. May 21, 2021. 700 OCGN. 5 puts. May 21, 2021. 2,500 equity block. EMLC. 319,900 shares. JEDS. 27 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. BMY. 215,000 shares. PLTR. 25 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. PLTR. 23 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,012 BGS 30 puts. May 21, 2021. 515 contracts. XLF. 35 calls. April 16, 2021. 5,050 contracts. Equity Block, FTSM. 273,486 shares. SOCL. 67 calls. May 21, 2021. 939 contracts. Six. 47 calls. April 16, 2021. 579 contracts. SPC. 37 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,904 contracts. Equity Block, FIXD. 316,832 shares. TSM. 126 calls. April 16, 2021. 2. Equity Block, EMLC. 250,000 shares. SPY. 396 puts. April 9, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity Block, Uber. 150,000 shares. Equity block. JD. 320,000 shares. IQ. 17 calls. April 1, 2021. 510 contracts. Equity block. F 163,000 shares. AMAT. 133 puts. April 16, 2021. 700 SNDL. 3 calls. January 20, 2023. 600 contracts. SPY. 410 calls. April 30, 2021. 600 contracts, NUAN. 50 calls. July 16, 2021. 500, AMAT. 145 calls. April 16, 2021. 2,000 contracts. GS. 332 calls. April 1, 2021. 200, ABT 120 puts. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. UA. 18 calls. April 16, 2021. 510 contracts. MDT. 120 calls. May 21, 2021. 516 contracts. Equity block. Root. 350,000 shares. CHWY. 89 calls. April 1, 2021. 600 and BGS 30 puts. April 16, 2021. 677 contracts. ABT 120 puts. April 9, 2021. 775 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 350,000 shares. Snap. 54 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,400 CRM. 175 puts. June 17, 2022. 1,200 contracts. Equity block. PFE. 1 million shares. SPY. 400 calls. April 14, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 350,000 shares. IWM. 215 calls. April 1, 2021. 502 contracts. Equity block. AEO. 160,200 shares. Equity block. AEO. 409,900 shares. Mara. 45 calls. April 1, 2021. 621 x 34 calls. April 16, 2021. 2,216 contracts, x 26 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,312 contracts. Mu. 85 puts. April 1, 2021. 588 contracts. Equity block. CNK. 301,400 shares. Equity block. HYG. 562,500 shares. Equity block. JNK. 450,000 shares. QQQ. 317 puts. April 1, 2021. 800 XLV 117 puts. April 9, 2021. 1,570 contracts. Equity block. IGIB. 277,3900 shares. Equity block. IGIB. 635,200 shares. Equity block. FISV. 200,000 shares. INTC 65 calls. April 1, 2021. 700 and Equity Block AAL 549,400 shares. Equity Block STNE 500,000 shares. Equity Block HYLB 124,5000 shares. Equity Block HYDE 330,000 shares. Equity Block TWOU 467,100 shares. Equity Block JNK 893,066 shares. Equity Block TWOU 177,000 shares. UA 17 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. SPR 636,800 shares. Equity block. GE. 519,900 shares. Equity block. BMY. 198,000 shares. Equity block. IGSB. 269,0944 shares. Snap. 60 calls. June 18, 2021. 501 contracts. Equity block. IGSB. 707,749 shares. Equity block. HYG. 160,0000 shares. Equity block. GE. 480,100 shares. FSM. 7 calls. May 21, 2021. 2,993 contracts. VNOM. 17 calls. May 21, 2021. 900 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. SPY. 397 calls. April 1st, 2021. 600. SPY. 397 calls. April 1st, 2021. 999 contracts. Equity block. JNK. 287,424 shares. Equity block. Vici 150,000 shares. Equity block. HYLB. 401,534 shares. Equity block. HYG. 486,293 shares. MU. 89 calls. April 1st, 2021. 750 contracts. SPY. 400 calls. April 7, 2021. 729 contracts. CF 46 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. CLF 17 puts. July 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. GM 2 million shares. Equity block. MTG 219,300 shares. Equity block. HYG. 326,937 shares. Equity block. AMD. 1 million shares. Equity block. RF 191,710 shares. View. 7 calls. April 16, 2021. 538 contracts. AMAT. 130 puts. April 16, 2021. 563 contracts. Equity block. Vici 311,638 shares. Equity block. GRTS 105,000 shares. Equity block. AAPL 750,000 shares. RNG 270 calls. October 15, 2021. 2,500 contracts. Equity block. CCJ 228,000 shares. KO 55 calls. April 30, 2021. 550 contracts. F12 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. Uber 170,000 shares. Equity block. HYG 500,000 shares. Equity block. HYG. 250,000 shares. ADMA. 2 calls. May 21, 2021. 725 contracts. AMAT. 150 calls. May 21, 2021. 629 contracts. SPLK. 138 calls. April 16, 2021. 700 contracts. Equity block. Plug. 300,000 shares. Equity block. INTC. 250,000 shares.
Decline doesn't. Andy, thanks for your post back at this morning at 12:23 about the market. It looks like we're getting vindication on Walgreens, right? Up slightly today. Walgreens obviously
Equity
outpacing what I
block.
thought.
CHPT.
The long-term technicals still look very good. Their
179,400
earnings
shares.
report is this morning. I kind of alluded to sales were sluggish, but I mean, bottom line is, man, foot traffic and going forward, the fact of their product line selling booze. Let's review: drugs, booze, cigarettes, Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Come on. They do testing, they're giving shots. You've got your razor blade purchases, little things you pick up here and there.
Equity block.
I guarantee you, had I been
SPY.
at Walgreens and it not been Lent,
450,000 shares.
I would have bought some chocolate. But as you know, I gave up chocolate for Lent. So they would have had an extra couple sales. Maybe that would have helped their revenues grow a little bit in the last quarter. But as it is right now, I'm very happy. I'm still long and will stay long, possibly this weekend. If anything, we just raise the stop, or, after an earnings play like that, the only other thing you can do is maybe sell some upside call premium. We are off about a buck something from the highs. But again, it's not how the market opens. It's not how it trades intraday. It's how it closes both today and the week. Because the month is going to close nicely. But it could still gap a little lower for the next, say, 3 weeks, trade lower, get back into like 52, because after all, they didn't make a lot of revenue. So the point that I'm trying to make is longer term, that might be a play that we could mess up.
CSCO.
Like I did in Coles,
60
if you
calls.
recall, selling some upside
January
calls against
21st,
stock.
2022.
In normal market conditions, under
500
normal
contracts.
past years, that's a great strategy. In years where there's stocks that are undervalued that can move in a blink of an eye and go ballistic, that's probably the dumbest ass strategy you can possibly do, is to sell upside calls against a long stock, because then you're getting called out of your stock. Let's face it, there are some moves in this market that are just, historic, epic. Anyway, that's that. We've got NVTA. Jeff, help me out. Where's Jeff when I need Jeff? Jeff's never here when I need him.
Equity block.
Yeah. Jeff, are you still here?
ATRS.
Invite.
248,500 shares.
It's a mental block. I know you spelt it out for me too. Probably do it about once every time I have this. Jaron loves Jack in the Box breakfast jacks. Jaron, where in the hell is a Jack in the Box? Was that this morning? I thought you told me how to spell it. It was this morning. I can't find it. I skimmed through it. Jaron, where are you? What state are you in?
CSCO.
What city?
60 calls.
Oh yeah, they're
January
California.
21st,
Why the hell wouldn't you go into
2022.
like any kind of like, you're in
500
California,
contracts.
man. They got like the best Mexican restaurants all over the place. The hell are you going to Jack in the Box for? Can't you do a breakfast
Equity
burrito or
block.
something?
LQD.
Carnitas. For lunch. Shoot, I
257,366
die for
shares.
stuff like that out here. There's a place in Vegas at Aria, and the family has a place out in LA. It's called Javier's. You want Mexican food? That's where you go, baby. Why is there no algo room? Well, what? I didn't know that. Holy sh! I can't figure that out. It went blank. I don't have any idea. Sorry about that, Dave B.
Equity block. TCBI. 416,700 shares.
All right. By the way, let me also explain. It's the end of the quarter. There's some, I don't know, I would say light volume is an understatement. I think the one stock that has today. On a serious note, I'm being back to serious. I have no idea why it went away. I know I didn't do it. I would have to say maybe the servers of the pro trading company went down. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, generally when I do a mistake and click a button, I'll take ownership, but this time it was not me, friends. Don't have an idea. One of the things is to focus on making money. And then not only do I have to worry about the making money, watching my trades, watching the stops, looking at options, but then I have to put up with this bullshit with all this internet crap. And I can't figure that out. And that's probably one of the most frustrating things is I have no control over it, right? People, places, and things. I have no control over it. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it doesn't work when it doesn't work. I don't have any idea. It's just blistering frustrating to beyond belief. And when you're having a great day, like, no offense, I'm having a great day today. Financially, this was a blowout day for me. This was a great day. I love everything that the indicators are providing. I love the fact that we're on the right side of a lot of markets. We really nailed down a lot of things here this week. Last week, being long the market is nice. The only bad news, JPAM is suffering because of the order entry, but that's all right. I know we'll pick up. I got a long quarter next quarter. I'm looking forward to it. I think we've got a lot of things firing on all cylinders. So, I mean, I don't put PayPal out of the record books yet. There is a shot that, we could lose less at the very least on PayPal. There's a strong chance Wynn's going to still perform for us. But let me point something out. This is not today at this level with the volume pattern you see in my ES model is not the time to buy a breakout. But it could just sit here for the rest of the day. Maybe have I don't know, maybe it could be a little bit more of a late day stage rally after a small little pullback, with Biden talking. Watch the volume trend. When you get the volume hooking up and you get a buy signal, it could be explosive. The advanced decline is almost dead ass neutral for me. It's slightly bullish biased in the S&P. You got to think you got a bulk of the market movement. You're coming close to a round even number, 398 up to 400 might be initial resistance for the time being. I just don't, if you've missed out on anything, don't get anxious to buy it. And just because if you're not in anything, don't get anxious to sell it. So just let this kind of work its way out. It's already had a decent move. Walgreens, I think, might be a little rich at this point for this time frame. It is melting off more on what's the word I'm looking for? Volume. It is one of the very few stocks that's had decent volume, like crazy volume. But let me point out to you, 8 million shares, 8.3 million versus 10-day average of 6. And in the last hour, it put on about 2 million shares. And in the last hour, which way has the market gone? Down. So this is profit taking up here, and I don't like that personally. I know I said I'm in for the long haul. I've got to stop way ass down below. I'll hold it into the close and see what happens, but I'm not excited about Walgreens here anymore, just for the time being, which is why I said, this might be the right time to sell calls above the market on Walgreens.
187,300 shares.
That's my 2 cents. Stuff like we just got in and trying to add to, like Schlumberger and Nordstrom's, American Airlines and JetBlue. They're taking a back seat today, not by much. We didn't get a pullback enough to add to the secondary levels. We wait till next week. Keep those orders working, but don't be in a haste to buy the breakout. At least not here for this second. I think the volume's a little weak, and it's the end of the quarter, the last day of the quarter. Tomorrow could be something different. It's the 3-day holiday. And, I just, even though despite the fact I know I said 409, 414 potentially by mid-April, mid-May, at the, April-May time period, it could still come back down to 396, 395. Monday, Tuesday next week. So that's my 2 cents. We are seeing, again, the whack-a-mole bullshit with the market. Energy's down, ag stuff down like CAG, Conagra, TAP's taking a little profit, taking pullback. So money's coming off the table and that stuff. It's like, it's the same thing, just rotating, and it's irritating to a degree. If everything could just, if fresh money could come in, if money came in from the bond market, if money comes in off the sidelines and the mattresses, and people say, God, we got to get in here, and everything goes up, that would be phenomenal. But that's not how it's working. If Ford could get a bid, if Biden says something positive and Ford catches a bid, that would be okay. Intel needs to pop. So there's still a lot of iffies out there, just to let you know.
Equity block.
And
RNG 175,000
on a scale of 1 today,
shares.
1 to 10, the stuff that I'm in is doing well. Apple,
Equity
which
block.
we said has a chance to
BKNG.
go up. I was hoping to see more downside.
shares.
I lowered my bids. Again, that's the second time I've done that. Last week was with Williams, and now this week was with Apple because of Theta. So it's kind of like, all right, man, I got to take the good with the bad, so to speak. And overall, generally say, okay, we are on the right side. We made money. My account's up. I made money this week, and I can't say, oh, shit, I could have done better.
Equity
quite
block.
frankly, it was a little tricky of a week.
IWM.
Remember where Monday started with. Hedge fund blowing up. The banks are going to go out of business. Oh, the end of the world's here. Carl Quintanilla. I mean, if you know him from CNBC, he's kind of a dick. He really is. I know him from days of old when he first started. So he was like really, I think, pumping the whole news story, trying to sell it. So maybe they go through acting class to really believe what they're selling on TV. But he was really pumping that whole negative story, if you remember that.
GM 2 million shares.
So anyway, bottom line, he deserves to be at CNBC early in the morning. Other than that, guys, I'm sure he's a nice guy.
GM 2 million shares.
With that said, always a kind word out of John Person's mouth. Remember that. If you don't have anything nice to say about someone, don't say anything at all, and wish them well. And do what my friends in the South in Texas say. Bless their little hearts. So bless his little heart. Schmuck. And that's not how it works in real life. Bottom line, just say what you mean. It's buy, it's black, it's red, it's green, it's buy, it's sell. It ain't hard to figure out. Red meant sell. You flip your card over, and it was either green or blue, depending on your clearing firm. Buy. Real simple. It was just a clear-cut market, right? I sold into you. You DK'd the trade. You're an asshole. I'm going to see you, outside when the market closes when you get off the floor, and we're going to have a little chat. And I want you to say hello to my little friend, little Billy Club with a little lead in it. No, I'm just joking. No one ever did that often. Joking around. I'm having a good day. I'm bullshitting with you. I like Intel. It has a chance to rock. It's not breaking down. It would be nice if it could close greater than that pivot. We'll see. I hate it when markets stall at these specific levels. It's unbelievable, right? Last conditional changes act as resistance, but boy, when they break out, it's like good to go. Kinder Morgan, not a big fan of, as I always would tell you, that I'm not a fan of. Over the last couple days, we've seen from that peak,
395
but in all honesty,
April 7th,
the trade has gone down. So the trend is down matching the price.
2,763 contracts.
And in that situation, look at your longer term. This is just possibly, and I'm hoping, this is just possibly a little consolidation before it gets ready for another upside. And when would that upside be? If people travel, if people need fuel,
Equity
if
block.
we need that
PS
industry, and if, more importantly,
shares.
guys like David Tepper or guys like Warren Buffett, if they have billions of dollars and they want to take a stake in any of these trades, we're going to be just fine. All right. I will see you guys hopefully closer to the close, and be good. And I hope you had a good week. At the very least, I didn't tell you to sell short the market. The algos kicked in today. The 5-minute ES had several really nice trades I'm proud of. 60-minute compression out, made profit. I told you with the SPY, it's kind of weird. It just went long on our model here while the SPXL got out. Razor Focus model for those that took the class.
April 9th,
it got out on Max Bar. I told you that's kind of like a bullshit way of exiting the trade on average. And it re-entered on longs only today. So the daily model that I have is long the market. So when you have indicators or at least strategies that are long and you think the market's going to go down, what's my rule of thumb? Then just wait for those things to get flat or short and then join the trade. But until then, enjoy the ride. Thanks, everybody, and I hope I served you well, despite the commentaries and the side notes. All right, guys, be good. And don't spend your money all in one place, David B. Like, for example, if you're a chocoholic, don't be running your ass over there to Hoffman's Chocolate on Military Trail, because if you get there before I do and you buy out the store, I will be pissed with you. Okay, I will ban you from the trading room for 1 week if you buy out all their chocolate. You understand? Because I'm making a run over there pretty soon. Come set now. Here's the thing. Maybe I should ask a poll for the room. If you gave chocolate up for Lent, which is 40 days, which means chocolate ice cream, chocolate candy, milk chocolate, dark chocolate, chocolate chip cookies, anything that tastes great generally has chocolate in it. Chocolate cupcake, chocolate icing, triple chocolate killer cake from 2J's, black and white cookies, any Jewish deli. I mean, just 2J's, for example, down here. Hershey's bar, chocolate covered pretzels.
Plug.
Just to name a few
37
things.
calls.
Chocolate
April
ice cream,
1st,
Haagen-Dazs, or the coffee with the chocolate chips in it. That was off the table as well. Jamocha almond fudge, 31 flavors. Any of that stuff. All right. Bonnie says you got to try the chocolate bomb. I'm not sure what the chocolate bomb is, but the fact that there's chocolate before the word bomb, it's probably pretty good, right, Bonnie? So here's the poll. Is Lent over Saturday night on an Easter vigil mass at 8 p.m.? Or is it midnight Saturday? Or can you only eat chocolate if you went to Saturday night's Easter vigil mass, which is about 3 hours, and there's no chance I'm doing that? So I should put up a poll. Is it A, after a vigil Easter Saturday night mass? Is it B, I think there's a Saturday night children's mass? Is it C, midnight Saturday, Sunday morning? Or is it D,
KL.
wait till Sunday when you wake up in the morning and start consuming 16th, all the chocolate possible with your coffee?
500 contracts.
Wes, you're kicked out of the room. It does not end Thursday before Easter. Lent ends when the Christ is risen from the dead. That's Lent. No. What Catholic school did you go? Well, Friday you can't eat, and Friday you're fasting. School of Google? Love you, Wes. Yeah, I think we got to go. If I was awake and I could stay up till midnight, it would be midnight Saturday, or it's Easter Sunday. I like your school, School of Google, School of Rock, School of Google. All right, School of Hard Knocks. No, for real. It technically ends Thursday, but Thursday, no, but you can't do that, man. You know, I went to Loyola Academy. Father Bell passed away years ago. I double check with him, but he passed away. So I'm going to just go with how we were technically raised. It's for me, it'll be if I was able to stay up Saturday night, midnight, that's Sunday. So Sunday is chocolate day. Boom. I've lost not many people in today. So hopefully it wasn't my gruffness this morning. Other than that, gang, have a good one. Citi, go Citibank. If it breaks out of the top side here, that would be powerful.
Equity block.
USB, that would be nice on a breakout. Win would be nice. INSEE would be nice. Kinder Morgan, if it reverses, would be cool. You got Labu right now up just 11% from yesterday. I said if you wanted to cheat, go ahead, knock yourself out. Your stop would go way the hell down there. But either way, it was kind of interesting. If you're going to be waiting for the market to respect pivots, keep in mind that tomorrow is the first time we've got a pivot. If we close here right now, just to give you an insight on Labu, if you close here
ODP,
or greater, your
60
pivot
calls.
tomorrow is
October
projecting
15th,
a bullish outlook.
2021.
Tomorrow's pivot is greater than
500
today and
contracts.
yesterday and the day before's pivot. So you have a bullish outlook. You look, if it breaks out and it's going to remain strong, then from here on out, if we're turning the corner, then the pivots, the daily pink lines, should act as support on pullbacks over the next few days. And that's Labu, which trades off of the IBB. So we'll see how that performs. What else? That's all I got, gang. Thanks again. The Lord's Day is perfectly fine. So we're going to go with Sunday, Easter Sunday morning, and not cheat with the, here's the reason, Wes, that I throw that out just for humor. You guys, if I gave up chocolate for Lent, what did I give it up for, right? Not to tell people I gave it up. It gave it up something. So, there's a purpose for giving things up during Lent. When I pass away and I go up to the pearly gates and I knock on the door and then St. Peter opens it and says, oh, Christ wants a word with you. And he comes over and he says, hey, idiot, you said you were going to give chocolate for Lent and you cheated. So you know what? Boom, you're going downstairs for a little while for punishment. I don't want that conversation. So I'll just be true to my word because the only one I'm fooling is the guy upstairs. And the last guy you want to fool with, besides Mother Nature, are the guys upstairs. That's all I'm saying. Bless you all. Thank you all very much. And that's called being true to your word. Because if you want to bullshit anybody, all you're doing is bullshitting yourself and the man upstairs. And then you know what? I don't want to bullshit the guy upstairs for sure. All right. He's the big boss. Thanks, prayers, all good.
QQQ. 317 puts. April 1st, 2021. 549 contracts. FUBO. 20 calls.
Oh yeah, wait a minute.
April 9th,
basically
2021. 1,000 contracts.
Let's see if I got this straight. We need to buy Williams and Kinder Morgan to supply the fuel that we use to get on the jet planes, specifically JetBlue and American Airlines, so that we can fly to Colorado to consume more Molson Coors, so that the tap goes up too. And then use your Citibank card so that Citibank makes money. And then make sure, because maybe they're going to use biodiesel fuel, it comes from ConAgra. And then, just in case you want to take a credit card out from UBS, USB, US Bancorp on your mortgage on a second home in Colorado, right? Because you needed to fly there on American Airlines to buy Molson Coors. And then you're going to get on American Airlines from Denver and fly and gamble your ass off at Wynn and help that stock out to the upside. Finally, after losing money, you need to go over to Walgreens to buy headache pills. So that supports Walgreens. And then just finally, to make sure you maybe interested in a side bet and invest in cryptocurrency, you go through PayPal and run that stock up to 300. So that's just my game plan for the month on my fundamental analysis. So if I was going to write up a fundamental analysis of every stock that we've recommended this week, that's how I would play it. I don't know if you like that, connect the dots of all the trades
Equity
that we
block.
had going on.
Mint.
But, I think it's reasonable.
392,000 shares.
And then if the plane is too full and you got bumped, you'd have to go to like Enterprise and rent a Ford like Camaro. Okay. And so that should help that stock out. So, I mean, I don't think we're asking for that much, just a couple little things. That's all. Talk to you guys later. Well, it's not a story,
TSLA.
Bonnie. That's reality,
680
right? I mean,
calls.
you got fuel,
April 1st,
airlines,
2021.
banks,
200
gambling,
equity block.
food,
SPY.
Intel. Don't forget about Intel because you got to work on your laptop
shares.
while you're doing all that. So you need a good chip. So you need Intel, right? Did I miss something? Oh, and you got to look good because your clothes are all beat up. So you got to go to Nordstrom's and buy a new suit. There it is. And it's all complete, full circle. See you guys later.
Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. NDLS. 12 calls. May 21st, 2021. 818 contracts. VIPs. 38 calls. April 16th, 2021. 1,009. CS 11 calls. April 16th, 2021. 553 contracts. VIPs. 36 calls. April 16th, 2021. 1,166 contracts. TSLA. 645 puts. April 1st, 2021. 484 contracts. Equity block. SPTM. 260,556 shares. Equity block. SPYV. 336,797 shares. VIPs. 45 calls. May 21st, 2021. 904 equity block. NSA. 248,900 shares. NXPI. 220 calls. May 21st, 2021. 1,434 contracts. Equity block. Vici 163,500 shares. Equity block. AMD 102,000 shares. SPY 395 calls. April 1, 2021. 928 contracts. Equity block. CX 250,000 shares. Equity block. APHA. 479,500 shares. CLVR. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 700 contracts. Equity block. APHA. 479,500 shares. XOP. 81 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. PFE. 33 puts. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. BAC. 38 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. BAC. 40 calls. April 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. ACGL. 340,235 shares. Equity block. TV. 802,439 shares. Equity block. COMM 388,750 shares. WDC. 67 calls. July 16, 2021. 1000 equity block. Kritia. 281,445 shares. Equity block. KMI. 466,190 shares. Equity block. LSXMK. 218,056 shares. Equity block. AMD. 120,000 shares. PLTR. 23 calls. April 1, 2021. 530 PLTR. 23 calls. April 1, 2021. 509 contracts. NUAN. 50 calls. August 20th, 2021. 1,106 contracts. Equity Block. APHA. 500,000 shares. ARKK. 121 calls. April 1st, 2021. 542 contracts. Equity Block. EMLC. 400,000 shares. Equity Block. VRNT. 189,900 shares. AMC. 11 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. CHD. 212,764 shares. Equity block. LFVN. 150,000 shares. Equity block. JNK. 350,000 shares. Equity Block, BLMN, 193,500 shares. Equity Block, BSAC, 163,690 shares. Equity Block, XLB, 263,311 shares. Equity Block, FTV, 198,900 shares. Equity Block, VDE, 280,168 shares. JPM, 157 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity Block, IDV 421,071 shares. Equity Block, Uber, 170,000 shares. Equity Block, Uber, 170,000 shares. Equity Block, AMD, 1 million shares. Equity Block, AMD, 1 million shares. SPY, 402 calls. April 9, 2021. 709. SPY, 402 calls. April 9, 2021. 1,400. SPY, 402 calls. April 9, 2021. 5,285 contracts. Equity block. F 165,800 shares. Equity block. HYG. 156,2241 shares. SPY. 397 calls. April 1, 2021. 697 contracts. ZTO. 30 calls. May 21, 2021. 649 contracts. Equity block. F 189,326 shares. Equity Block, BAC. 150,000 shares. APA. 19 calls. April 16, 2021. 598 contracts. Equity Block, IEFA. 461,940 shares. Equity Block, EFAV. 456,801 shares. WDC. 67 calls. July 16, 2021. 574 contracts. SPCE. 31 calls. April 1, 2021. 583 contracts. QQQ. 319 calls. April 23, 2021. 3. Equity Block, HYG. 155,8663 shares. PLTR. 23 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,703 contracts. MO 52 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,093 contracts. PLTR. 23 calls. April 1, 2021. 600 equity block. COG. 247,650 shares. Equity block. VTRS. 250,000 shares. NIO. 38 puts. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. CBD. 200,000 shares. AAPL 123 calls. April 1, 2021. 614 contracts. Equity Block VWO 422,005 shares. Equity Block IEMG 400,953 shares. Equity Block SIRI 200,000 shares. QQQ 319 puts. October 15, 2021. 2,000 contracts. Equity Block BND 475,164 shares. GE. 13 calls. September 17, 2021. 40,000 contracts. MNKD. 4 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,500 MSFT. 240 calls. April 1, 2021. 517 contracts. MSFT. 235 puts. April 1, 2021. 600 equity block. Wish. 200,000 shares. SPC. 37 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,647 contracts. Equity block. HGEN. 150,000 shares. MSFT. 245 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,223 contracts. GEVO. 12 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,086 MSFT. 250 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,000 equity block. SPY. 450,000 shares. SPC 31 calls. April 1, 2021. 567 contracts. Equity block. NRG. 199,173 shares. SPC 30 calls. April 1, 2021. 403 contracts. CLF 21 calls. April 16, 2021. 999 contracts. Equity block. NKLA. 166,791 shares. Equity block, LQD. 360,721 shares. Equity block, CLNY. 190,981 shares. GoGo. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 996 contracts. Equity block, Teva. 150,000 shares. CS 12 calls. January 21, 2022. 714 contracts. Equity block, DOCS. 150,000 shares. CS 12 calls. January 21, 2022. 600 contracts. KOPN. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 530. SPY. 398 calls. April 1, 2021. 902 contracts. CS12 calls. January 21, 2022. 600 contracts. Equity block. Tail. 598,974 shares. Equity block. SLYV. 479,161 shares. CS12 calls. January 21, 2022. 1,400 contracts. KOPN. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 721 contracts. QQQ. 322 puts. April 1, 2021. 630 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 300,000 shares. XOM. 55 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. NVST. 150,000 shares. Equity block. EQT. 400,000 shares. Equity block. PAVE. 462,177 shares. EMAN. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 650 equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. GE. 232,0000 shares. X27 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,316 contracts. X32 calls. April 16, 2021. 2,269 contracts. Rail. 5 puts. April 16, 2021. 614 equity block. AMD. 250,000 shares. MRO. 11 calls. April 23, 2021. 503 contracts. Seoul. 13 calls. April 1, 2021. 519 contracts. SPY. 396 puts. April 1, 2021. 800 equity block. AGNC. 150,000 shares. Mara. 46 calls. April 1, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. NLY. 300,000 shares. T30 calls. April 23, 2021. 914 contracts. VIPs. 32 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,006 VIPs. 39 calls. April 16, 2021. 3,000 equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. PSFE. 12 puts. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. AM. 358,870 shares. Rail. 5 puts. April 16, 2021. 915 contracts. MSFT. 235 puts. April 1, 2021. 506 contracts. Equity block. IGT. 398,899 shares. MSFT. 237 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 QQQ. 320 puts. April 1, 2021. 1,070 contracts. WDC. 67 calls. July 16, 2021. 542 contracts. SPY. 394 puts. April 1, 2021. 2,000 contracts. WDC. 67 calls. July 16, 2021. 500. Alto. 5 calls. October 15, 2021. 515 contracts. MVIS. 20 calls. April 16, 2021. 537 contracts. SPY 395 puts. April 1, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. AMWL 198,600 shares. SPY 400 calls. April 1, 2021. 3,538 contracts. WDC 67 calls. July 16, 2021. 5,000 WDC 67 calls. July 16, 2021. 6,000 contracts. Equity block. Ms 294,800 shares. Equity block. Ms 258,432 shares. TLT 135 puts. April 1, 2021. 770 contracts. VIPs 33 calls. April 9, 2021. 1,065 contracts. TME. 21 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,263 contracts. UA. 20 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,500 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. UA. 20 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. SSYS. 30 calls. April 16, 2021. 809 contracts. Equity block. SGRY. 164,844 shares. SNDL. 3 calls. January 21, 2022. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. AVTR. 192,400 shares. QQQ. 325 calls. April 9, 2021. 1 x 27 calls. April 16, 2021. 525 contracts. X 32 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,601 contracts. BGCP. 5 calls. June 18, 2021. 500 contracts. X 27 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,486 contracts. BOWX. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 IWM. 220 puts. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. QQQ. 326 calls. April 9, 2021. 947 contracts. Equity block. WFC. 164,001 shares. Equity block. FLQL. 175,8170 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. MSFT. 237 calls. April 1, 2021. 516 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. UDR. 250,000 shares. Equity block. UDR. 250,000 shares. Equity block. UDR. 275,000 shares. Equity block. EQH. 1339819 shares. Equity block. EQH. 1168762 shares.
All right. I said 345. How about 404? I'm sorry. We had things that cropped up and I couldn't make it here. But what I'll do, just for everyone, Archegos.
Equity block. TUR 292,067 shares.
In this mess. GS did okay, getting out first. Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank got hit hard. European banks. Hey Jeff, I appreciate post at 3:30 this afternoon if you're still in the room. Yeah, so Baidu got hit. IQIY, IQ. I like whatever the symbol is. I forgot, but all that. Hey, thanks for your post. That's pretty good. Yeah, early, late, whatever. We'll run the scans. What I wanted to do was run the scans on the monthly, other than having it on my radar screen. The radar screen is only going to find the stuff that I've got in my list, which is pretty much the S&P 500 newsletter portfolio, blah, 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 blah. Nothing really changed off of. I mean, I could go through that list right now with everybody, but I'm going to run the scans. VMware, by the way, is an official high close doji. So we'll take a look at that list right now, and then we'll post it, and then we'll go from there. So let's expand the monthly chart a little, a tad. There we go. Expand it a tad. This is VMware. I mean, I kind of think, if that was a daily chart after a long-term pullback,
Equity block.
that just might have
HLX.
A little bit more upside. I like the fact that from the buy signal here at 150, the risk factor is should not take out the swing lows over the last 4
April
months.
30th,
So that's kind
2021.
and an uptick in volume. So let's put up on the list monthly HCDs.
April
we'll just do our end of month, end of quarter deal right now.
500
monthly
SPY.
HCDs
405 calls.
with
April 30th, 2021.
Looking
2000 equity block. HLX. 344,100 shares.
Good looking, not great. Good.
SPY.
Good.
405 calls. April 30th, 2021. 10,800. SPY. 405 calls. April 30th, 2021. 3,001. SPY. 405 calls. April 30th, 2021.
Take a look at VMware and their numbers, fundamentals,
405
probably
calls.
over the weekend, but just to give
April
you a heads
30th,
up,
2021.
VMware is
1,005 equity
into
block.
it. INTU giving a low close doji, a monthly, it
251,164 shares. Equity block.
Excuse me, it was
PBR.
Zoom. I'm sorry.
462,650 shares.
Zoom did
Equity
monthly
block.
HCDs.
QQQ.
Let's be
410,945 shares.
LCDs.
Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares.
Bearish price and volume pattern. include $sign ZM. All right, now we can zing up and down the list. Let's go and we'll do this all over again now that I typed up my list. We've got, I don't do natural gas in the ETF world. Let's take a look. Jets has already been in one. It's just another doji indecision, which means it could stall just a tad in the month of April.
Equity block.
We have
AAPL.
VNQ, which was already in one. It has followed
shares.
through. That's not a new one. You've got materials. It's not a high close doji. It's just a close greater than a doji high 3 bars ago. So I don't consider that a doji. XLP will have the same type of pattern. It just closed greater than a prior resistance on a monthly basis. It's not a high close doji. It just closed greater than a doji within 3 bars. We couldn't define what an up or a downtrend is over time for that particular code. That's why we look at the charts and the volume. So this would not be a good price pattern as a high close doji, and it's not a great volume pattern as well. All right. So that's my definition. There was a couple changes. Solar monthly. The PPS is blinking because it didn't lock in. It didn't generate an actual monthly sell signal. It bounced off the lows. But the dollar index. So I found that to be, as I wrote in the newsletter this week, or the email that I sent out, it was in the copy of the email that the newsletter was attached to. I said, hey, the dollar index, something to watch here. And we actually did close close to the highs of the month on the dollar.
Equity block.
And that, what would that signify if we get a dollar rally?
199,900 shares.
The measurement objective is not a big deal. It's probably putting the up back at 26 double nickel. If you look at the Dixie DXY, inversely, not Dixie Group, Dixie Chicken from Little Feet. No, gosh darn it. Maybe I forgot. This is the symbol of DXY. We need the dollar in front of it. Yes. Okay. So what is it telling us? 1-to-1 high close doji monthly PPS
shares.
buy in the dollar, signifying we might just get back up to 96. What's 96 represent? Like, who cares? I mean, trading range, right? One big range, one big pop, maybe 96 or so would be back to where we were, not a big deal. I don't think it affects the market or other markets. Except for it might make headline news on a slow day. The guy, Dominic Chu or Cham or whatever his name is, might talk up the store a bit on, oh, the dollar. But quite honestly, I think that's, idiocy. On a slow news day, but he's good at selling it, and that's what you need to be a good anchor. You have to sell it. But to me, as a trader, if this was going to develop into a trend and really break out, and we had some kind of a trend consolidation and a measurement objective, and I could say, hey, the dollar going from 80 to 100, that's a 20% rise. That's going to have some ramifications in other markets. A dollar index going from 93 to 96, it's going to be headline news, shares. And that's about it, in my humble opinion.
Equity block.
So
IEFA.
in looking at ETF world,
7201 shares.
I don't look at high and low close dojis on inverse and volatility ETFs longer term. I think they work better for stocks. And in housing,
equity block.
You got a lot of names in here. Lennox International, MBC
shares.
Holdings. That already, it's not really a high close doji. Whirlpool Appliances, good, okay volume. I don't like the momentum weakening on a new high in the month. It's again not a high close doji, so it just shows that it's maybe breaking out a bit. Insider trading was very prevalent in this market up near the highs 2 months ago. In January and February, they were selling. Insiders were selling. I don't know if it was our neighbor, Ken Langone, who lives over in Lost Tree Village around the corner from us. I don't know if Dave B is in the room, but Dave, I don't know if you knew, over in Lost Tree, besides the CEO of Comcast, you got Ken Langone. He's got a little summer home over there on the ocean. Jimmy Dunn,
shares.
From Sandler O'Neill. He has a little house over there on the beach. Anyway, just a couple neighbors around the corner here in Palm Beach Gardens. I don't know if you knew that. Jimmy Dunn the third.
ACWX.
He's also a member, and I will throw him under the bus. He is a member of Seminole. That's secret
757
information,
shares.
but who cares? Let's go here. Oh yeah, Stanley Drunkenmiller. He's got a little house over there in
Equity
Lost
Block.
Tree Village, oceanfront
PBIN.
again. All right, moving on.
310,219
Let's see. Freeport
shares.
McMoRan had already been in. If it's solid, it means it's been in. It stopped. It decelerated its move. Not a high closed doji, but if you notice, there's not a
Equity
whole lot
Block.
of sell signals, right?
ITOT.
Steel Dynamics, STLD broke out. It's not a high closed doji. Wouldn't buy it.
shares.
Worthington Steel broke out, has a doji. Didn't. This is U.S. Steel. Gave us a lot of, I don't know, it was a tricky trade with the pump and the dump and the moves of 15, 20% over the last couple of days or week, shall I say. Is there more potential? Moving averages at 18, price
Equity
is
Block.
26. Split it down the middle. Look for maybe a third of a pullback, 22 and a half over the next couple days, week, month, before I would attack that. But it does look pretty promising. It's not a true high close doji. And U.S. Steel, 1 out of 4 have worked. 1 out of 3 have not worked. So I'm not sure if this is going to be 1 out of 4. I'm not sure, but I would not buy the breakout because it's not a true high close doji. It's a close greater than an old high. Let's see. Nothing else. No fresh new buy signals, which is surprising. I thought we were going to have a little bit more. Cardinal Health was a big breakout. That's another one that could really be good. Only thing I would say is that the volume on this, and we could review this real quick. I mean, that was a strong breakout of old last conditional change resistance, and volume wasn't that great. I mean, I just didn't find it to be, all that. So maybe you get a pullback to maybe 55. That's another one, right? So if you review the video, I would say next month, and these will pop up on my newsletter again. So it's something we'll have redundancy of finding out. Now, Ben Templeton, that has huge volume. And while it's not a complete classic high close doji because it's already after a little uptrend, the volume is, and the price pattern, I mean, these guys were not on the short side of the stick of the hedge fund Archegos, okay? They were probably on the receiving end, just throwing that out there, okay? So long and the short of it, Ben is an asset management company. That's got good blinkage.
Equity Block.
Boeing has already been, it's just like Ben. Maybe they're long Boeing.
shares.
I don't know, but Boeing looks good. So
Equity
we got
Block.
Ben, we got $ BA, we already got in it.
502,378 shares.
3M is an
Equity
interesting
Block.
one months and months and months ago, like as in last year. Somebody asked me, what do you think of 3M?
shares.
Because they were making masks. I said,
Equity
well,
Block.
so is Honeywell, so is everyone
IEFA.
else. And it really did not do that much.
shares.
I mean, quite frankly, compared to every
Equity
other
Block.
stock under the sun, we did better in 5 or 6 days
shares.
with Wayfair in hindsight than you would have in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 months in this stock. So, but now 3M seems that maybe they're getting their footing back into other industries. Remember, they made 3M sticky notes that didn't sell because no one was going to the office. And this is more of a reflation, reopening kind of trade, but the volume is good, and that goes into a good-looking monthly price pattern, and it goes in with good volume. So that goes in the list. 3M, an unusual one.
Equity Block.
Illinois Toolworks, my boys.
IEMG.
My lord, I mean, I've been telling people to buy this stock when it was at
Equity
70
Block.
back in 15 or so, or 16, whenever that was. Mike Chadwick was in the room. That was like one of my go-to trades
Equity
for a
Block.
long time. It still is, and it was back even in the old days. Illinois Toolworks and Granger,
shares.
by the way, WW Granger, another Illinois company. But long and the short of it is, I think you could look at 3M
Block.
will be eyeing that.
SPY.
Norfolk Southern, Northrop Grumman.
shares.
I got to give the volume good. I got to give the price pattern good. I don't know if anyone's in it option-wise today, but we'll look towards tomorrow to see if anything changed. But, man, that does look interesting as far as the eye can see there.
251,189 shares.
Lockheed Martin.
Equity block.
If you put a gun to my head and
Ho.
say, which one are you going to buy? It's going to be NOC, not Lockheed Martin.
193,550 shares.
Texas Instruments,
Equity
Cisco.
block.
I can't buy TXN at 188. I just can't do it. I
251,189
like the
shares.
volume. I just
Equity
can't
block.
do the risk.
EQH.
The risk is it's not my thing. I
172,000
can't do it,
shares.
so I let the trade go. Let's
Equity
see.
block.
Texas Instrument.
SPY.
Or excuse me, that was Cisco.
251,189
I think it'd be, I mentioned
shares.
Cisco, last week, and I'd buy Cisco, which I think is a lot, old school stuff coming back. John Chambers, the most hated man in technology
EMLC.
back in the day, because while everything was going up, Cisco couldn't do anything, and everyone uses Cisco.
Equity
they
block.
rely on Cisco. But finally,
SPY.
this may be the reopening. Maybe they do something that's different this time. Kind of like IBM was, right? IBM
Equity
had
block.
a little move.
SPY.
Triple D. I never did Triple D. I'm not going to start now. Low close doji.
shares.
That's another one that looks ugly.
Equity
BDD.
block.
Very few low
SPY.
close dojis, but the ones that populate are ugly.
251,189 shares.
AT&T. This was one that
Equity
had been
block.
a low close doji. It didn't
SPY.
undo. There's no volume. There's no buy signal. It sucks.
shares.
It's a piece of crap company, and as an investment. Let's move on. Facebook, can't buy it. IBM, not a. It's a PPS buy signel. Volume's not anywhere near strong enough.
shares.
It may have been just a short-term trade
Equity
in a
block.
trading range for a while.
SPY.
Someone bought it maybe 2 months ago. Maybe they knew the deal on
shares.
the
Equity
Cleveland
block.
Clinic working together with Cleveland Clinic was going to come together. Who knows? That announcement came out, and obviously it didn't have a real strong positive follow-through effect. So no good, no bueno for me. Semiconductors, NXPI.
SPY.
That's not a high close doji.
251,214 shares.
Generated
Equity
not
block.
an LCD,
SPY.
but a surprise. And I think we need
251,214 shares.
to mention this, a surprisingly weird TPS monthly sell populated in $AMD. Something to talk about. I find that surprisingly weird. Is money coming out of AMD and going into Intel possibly, right? Possibly, right? It's weird how NXPI, Applied Material, can go up, and this guy, it shouldn't be a surprise, but volume is real. A surprisingly weird PPS monthly sell in AMD, and volume is an ugly bearish pattern. And volume is very bearish. Okay, that's a very bearish pattern. It signifies a massive liquidation and possibly, I don't know, more pain for AMD. It's a very strange. I would not be attaching myself to long buying pullbacks in AMD at all. Consumer staples. I mean, take your pick. What do you want to do? GIS. I like it. I think that General Mills looks pretty healthy and wholesome. We've already covered the cigarette makers, but they had already had. That's why it's not blinking. That would be Altria. Last month was a high close doji, followed through. Post cereal's too thin volume-wise to really trade it. You could get slapped around. The XLP, the index, this sector ETF broke out, probably with the help of this guy right there, Walgreens on earnings today. Yeah, I didn't like the close, honestly. Backed off the high way too much. I would have preferred if it had closed greater than the swing high and that little last additional change. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm slightly disappointed. I'm committed. I'm holding it still. I think it maybe take another few more months to build a newer trend higher. So I'm going to hold it, noting that the monthly charts look pretty decent. General Motors, GM, not a high close doji. It's just simply a close greater than a high. Tractor Supply, Love that stock at 40, loved it at 60, loved it at 100. I don't like it so much at 177, and the volume is extremely divergent. Something don't look right there, but I don't buy it. So it doesn't go on my list of things to do for you. Let's see. CarMax. Everyone buying a car? Yeah, one day that's going to run out. Columbia Sportswear already had a high close doji last month and stalled, no follow through. Target, no bueno for me. I don't like that long-term volume. That doesn't mean it's going to go down. It just means it might struggle on a new high and trade in a range. So I stay out of it. It's not a part of a definition. It could do like this, where it has a high close doji, has a little follow through and fails. Those are the things that I don't trust. A doji that a bar that closes above a doji after an uptrend. It's just not my. It's not my thing. It's not your thing. It's not going to be my thing to give to you, so to speak. So Macy's, it was almost forming a high close doji. That's why it's blinking. It didn't lock in. It didn't close greater than the high. Otherwise, the bar would have changed color already. You can clearly see it missed it. That's very subtle. So Macy's, no bueno on the high close doji. I'm not saying it's not good longer term. It just didn't form an official high close doji. In fact, all the way off the high. So that shows that there's still people that near term are willing to sell. Now, what that also means, if you take out this high, anyone that was short or selling the stock, it closes and takes out these highs, it's going up big time. That's the trade that you look for, is when you get that much rejection off a chart and it's still in an uptrend, whoever's dumb enough to hang on to their shorts and not take a profit is going to get rained. And that's the professional term for getting your shorts squeezed. A grungy, so to speak, right? I don't know. Dollar Tree's not a pattern. I'm just going over the high close dojis. We had some interesting potential setups for shorter term in some of the Utes. Looking at DT Energy, man, that looks like it could break out. It's not a high close doji. It was a PPS buy. Once again, there's no volume. So, I mean, this didn't get any monthly follow through this month. We had SRE, Entergy, EXC. None of these, they haven't filled because they haven't refreshed, but they are generating monthly buys. So I'll be looking at some of the utilities to add. Volume was, what would you say, iffy. So utilities, and then I'm just going to put in here some utilities look interesting over the next few weeks. Summertime trade. Okay. All right. Let's get jacking and racking and rocking and rolling. Baxter, let's not talk about it. I like it still. Monthly high close doji. We'll look for a pullback. Volume wasn't terrific. I already covered that this morning. Acadia. What the hell? I mean, that's when you don't think you should use stops, and if you think stops are for sissies. So when you think stops are for sissies, I mean, or my volume indicator. I mean, why would you buy something that has deteriorating? You wouldn't find me buying this for you with deteriorating volume trend. Let's see if I can get this for you as a case study on comparing apples to apple, volume to volume, meaning OBV compared to our volume indicator. Generally speaking, I like to do that to be transparent. Unbalanced volume. I mean, the same kind of had a weird thing. It didn't show any treachery. It made a double top. There was no volume behind the move. Over here was making a new breakout high in unbalanced volume. As you can see, that was a new breakout high. The volume indicator that I prefer to use, if it will let me expand the chart, comparing an apple to an apple, was making a new high. And then all of a sudden, things went southbound quickly on a sell signal. and it never recovered. Now, on balance volume as well went below the MA. So in this case, I would say that both volume indicators were helpful in determining the top. The difference is the momentum indicator. When you look at an old high and you look at old highs of momentum, you go, how come that price is higher, but this time around there was less volume? The momentum component of the volume indicator, that histogram thing, that's what I look at time and time again. It kind of helps me saying, gee, if this thing is so strong, why isn't it? I mean, what's wrong with this? And now we figured out what's wrong with it. Somebody more than likely at that double top knew to get the hell out of Dodge. And it just took a month and a half for the news to hit. All right. In biotech, I was hoping to see a lot more new fresh buy signals, but Biogen, by generating a new PPS buy signal, is a heavyweight for IBB. That's a good sign. So it's not a bad sign. PTC Therapeutics, a $52 stock, not so much, right? If we had a heavyweight Biogen, Regeneron that generated new fresh cell signals, that would be a problem. I think Regeneron didn't generate a new buy signal, but it didn't fall as well. So this would be something we'd have to watch. And by the way, when is the seasonal time frame for semis? After the first week of April, going into May. Wow, interesting. So we'll be watchful to see. We're going to have to rely on weekly analysis and daily charts to give us more clues about the whole biotech space. But we had less new fresh buy signals than I was looking for. Let's see. JB Hunt didn't change from this morning's analysis. Southwest didn't change from this morning's analysis. Ryder didn't change from this analysis. All of the what's nice is that the entire airline sector, whether it's United Airlines, still did nice things. Save had a doji. JetBlue closed strong above the prior month's high. I like it. Not a fan that the volume tapered off though. So we'll have to wait and see on that. And the same thing with being selfish, looking at the positions on American Airlines, if I may. I said, there it is. Volume looks great. On a monthly basis, the volume looks great. This has some really strong upside potential. So it just took a while. I mean, this might be the environment that the airlines really come out well for the first time in, say, 3-4 years. Anyway, I'm just saying I like that pattern. And American Airlines, it's not a high close doji, but the longer term stuff looks great. All the home builders are not high close doji, so they're just breakout bars. Low close doji, Momo, Chinese maker, had great volume. We had a quick little trade out of there in an option, and it just all gave it up. It was just a quick trade. Now it's got low close doji. Volume is not indicating a massive decline, so I don't trust that low close doji. A low close doji is after a high, not after a low. So this could be a little tricky. It's not going in the list as a sell. Roku, though, oh my Lord. We already covered it, so I knew it was coming. ROKU. Roku is one I liked it way back in the day when I did that thing at the money show for students. I said, look at stocks you buy or you use, Roku. And kids looked around and said, we don't use it. And I'm like, well, it's $32, man. And, it's probably going to expand. Roku, it's, entertainment, blah, blah, blah. And anyway, I know I gave that story here in the room. That was a while back. Probably 16 or 17, whenever 16, 17, somewhere in there. It was 18, I don't remember. The World Money Show is one of those things I spoke at. Anyway, long and short of it is Roku. Who uses it? That's the problem. I don't know anyone that uses it. And now it's got not great volume to go say, hey, sell. I already said that if it rallies back midpoint of last month, if it has a little dead cat bounce, look to take short-term sell signals against a higher time frame short. That's the moral of that story. And that leads us back to where we started. So that does conclude our little review of what I have. American Towers, not quite done yet. AMT looks pretty promising. Crown Castle in the telecom space, that broke out. Not great volume, not going to make the list. Verizon, upside volume, high close doji, that's going to make the list. Why? it looks better relative to AT&T, which looks like, I don't want to say the S word, but it looks like SH blank T. All right, Jack in the Box. I don't know where the clowns are. I ain't eating at them. Not my trade. Chronos, pot stock. Low close doji. Volume pattern does not match the pattern, so something looks weird there. Just a high close doji, closed below the monthly low. It's not a huge uptrend. There's no volume behind the short. Otherwise, my volume indicator would be really down. So I don't trust that LCD. And it's the only company in the whole group. Everyone is still in monthly longer term buys. Let's not sell short there. So we got most of the stuff that we're in. Conagra, monthly. It's nice to be long a stock that has a monthly buy. It's not good to be in a stock that just generated a monthly sell. So bottom line, I like what we have. Our board or everything that we're in. Insight did not generate a monthly buy, but this is one that we're a little early on, and we're taking a short-term trade, and we're early on it, and that's why we're looking to scale in. But I think we're okay there. Other than that, gang, you have a great afternoon. I will see you tomorrow morning. That concludes the review. DocuSign is the next one. I forgot to mention that. Again, DocuSign, I put it in there myself. That's why I want to run the scans, and I can't run the scans right now. So I just DOCU. DocuSign looks, under the classification that I'm putting in the post, there it is. Listen carefully. It's got after an uptrend, it has a sell signal, a PPS, and the volume looks bad. So to me, DocuSign is not one that if unless it has an equal and opposite and reverses right straight up, they've been liquidating this bad boy. So you would be watchful of a dead cat bounce into the monthly MAs up in here. And then if it is bearish, it should make a consecutive series of lower highs and lower lows. So if it does go up to make a lower high, it would be somewhere visualized between the moving average and last month's open, somewhere around in there. So that level is approximately 228, and you can see where we closed at 202. So a $26 move, and then you get a $26 move. If it happens, watch for 60-minute daily sell signals and go with the short-term trend, or go with the longer-term direction. That's it. Guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. I hope you did well, and I hope you all heard me when I said I would not buy the highs up here. Volume's coming off. Market still closed up 16 points, still on track for upside. However, upside, I said mid-April into early May, 396 is a far cry from 392. And I think that's the next pullback. If, people bought up in here, maybe you get to 393, something treacherous, tricky, who knows? We'll find out over the next day or two, but it's still very positive, and I think it was a good week for us so far. Thanks, everybody. Mary is, I don't want to be Mary right now. A plate and 5 screws in your arm. Ouch. So everyone, thank you for your thoughts and your prayers. I don't think they gave her enough meds, to be honest with you. I don't know why. If it were me, I'd be screaming at the doctor, but what do I know, right? All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me today in the end of month, end of quarter market review. Thank you.